is on. You're on. You guys can do the motion on all that. Chair Lunetta, whenever you're ready, we're on the record.
Good morning. This is Assessment Appeals Board number 2. Today is December 9th, 2024, and the meeting is hereby called to order. Brendan, will you do roll call, please?
Yes, thank you. Board Member Wall is absent and Board Member Croft is alternate.
Here.
Board Member Siska is alternate.
Present.
Chair Lunetta.
Present.
And I'll just note for the record, our new board member, Deborah Cohen, is here observing before her first board meeting. So she's present as well. Thank you.
Welcome, Deborah. Thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Again, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Will the audience please remain standing? I will place the audience here first, as well as those of you on Zoom under oath before you address the board. When I complete reading your oath, please stand anew. Please raise your right arm. You to solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matters now pending before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. You may now be seated.
Thank you, Brendan. I believe you said we do not have an agenda review.
That's correct. There are no changes to the agenda this morning. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any public comments?
We believe everyone present here is for an item on today's agenda, and there are no general public comments. Thank you.
And do we have any board comments?
Nope.
Okay. Okay, well then we can get into our regular agenda. Okay, items 8 through 38, application numbers 211418 through 211448, Tesla Energy Operations, Inc.
We have Ryan McClure on Zoom with Versatax Consulting.
And I'll just note, Chair Lunetta, we can hear items 8 through 86 simultaneously.
Okay.
All of these are a status update on the California Assessor Association study for the lifing on Tesla. And so we're here to get a status update from the parties on the status of that study.
Okay. And I'm sorry, could you repeat who we have on the phone?
Ryan McClure with Versatax. So I'm not sure if, I think we might want to go to the assessor first, since it's a California Assessor Association study, to get their update on the status of that.
Okay, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go to the assessor.
Thank you. Morning, board.
Morning.
Joe Phillips with the assessor. We have received the California Assessors Association study, and it appears we've reached an agreement with Versatax Consulting, Inc. There's just this little clerical error with our brand new property tax system. We're trying to figure out the best way of writing up the stipulations and processing those. So because of that, we are asking for one more extension on this case, and hopefully we'll get those stipulations in and we can close this one up.
Okay. Mr. McClure, do you have any comments?
Good morning, everyone. No, I would just agree with the assessor's office. I've been in touch with them and we're on the same page here for the stipulation.
To the assessor's office, which date would you like to continue to?
Let's do the furthest one. It looks like March 17th,
Yeah.
just to allow everything to process.
Okay. And any data provisos needed?
No, I don't believe
Okay.
we have a data proviso at this time.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion to continue to March 17th, 2025.
I so move.
Do I have a second?
I second that.
And hearing no objections, motion carries.
Right, and can we just confirm, Mr. McClure, in the event the stipulations are held up or anything, is March 17th acceptable to you?
Yes, that day works with us.
Thank you. And if the stipulations are pressed sooner, those can be approved at the first board meeting pending their submission. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, items 87 and 88. Application numbers 22-10010 and 22-10011. Steve D. Dyer.
Mr. Dyer, please come forward to the table and have a seat.
Good morning, Mr. Dyer. Let's see. Are we getting an update today, or what would we like to do?
Update would be, I am still involved in a court case. I'm going to court Friday. And I would like to request more time, because after the court case, then we need to go through a process of either restraining or we need an eviction or to complete things for code
Excuse me,
enforcement.
could you speak a little closer to the mic? It's very hard for me to hear you on the earphones.
Yes, so after Friday, then I proceed into another legal action to create something so I can demo the structures that are in question.
If you could slide the mic a little closer to your mouth.
Yeah.
Thank you so
much. You don't want me breathing on that thing too much. I'm sick. That's why anyways, that I'm trying to work it out here. So I request an extension.
Okay, to the assessor?
The assessor doesn't object to the continuance request, and whatever date works for the applicant, perhaps, I don't know if the board wants to consider a further date since there's been some ongoing legal issues for the applicant.
Yeah, because I feel like I don't want to waste your time or
And do you have any,
anybody's time, and by just
right?
yeah.
Do you have any idea, any estimate of maybe when this might be resolved?
I'm thinking if you could give me 4 to 6 months,
Right.
perhaps, because I'm dealing with
Right.
Another part of the county here,
Okay.
another arm.
Brendan, what do we have available?
Yeah, I just put up on the screen the calendar about 4 to 6 months out. We could do May 19th or June 2nd or August 4th, depending on your board's preference.
Would June 2nd work for folks?
That's okay with the assessor.
Okay. Okay, and then at that point, we'll have you back for an update.
Hopefully things will be resolved,
Yeah.
or at least on track to be resolved by then, because
Yeah.
it's quite yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm looking for a motion to continue to June 2nd, 2025, for a status update.
I so move.
I second that.
And here are no objections, motion carries. Okay, thank you, Mr. Dyer.
All righty. Thank you, folks.
Okay, item number 89, application number 22-10576, ATEE LLC.
No one checked in for this item. Is anyone here from ATEE LLC? If you are, please come forward to the podium. Not seeing anyone present. We did have some discussions with them last week and thought they would be here today. So recommend action is denied due to lack of appearance.
And it looks like the last time they appeared remotely.
Yes, we
Which
did
was-
advise that they needed to be here in person today. I did speak with them, so I'm not sure why they are not present this morning. But I
Okay.
did advise they were required to attend in person.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion to deny due to lack of appearance.
I so move.
I second that.
No objections, that motion carries.
If the assessor, it probably doesn't change anything. I do want to point out this was denied previously on January 23rd, 2023. just for everyone's information.
That's correct. The first hearing, as shown there on your on your list of prior actions, it was denied due to lack of appearance in January, then reconsidered. I've received no communication from the applicant to indicate why they are not present today.
Okay, item 90, application number 22-11003, Nesbit Pacific, Inc.
We have Ryan Kircher in person.
Good morning.
Good morning. What are we doing today, Mr. Kircher?
For this application, we're just going to be requesting a continuance today. We recently provided some more information to the assessor, I believe, last week. We're working close with Mr. Clifford on this one and hope to have it resolved here shortly.
Okay. To the assessor?
The assessor agrees, and any date is fine if we could get a 30-day proviso just in case more information is needed.
Okay. Is that 30 days from today's date or 30 days prior to the hearing date?
I would say 30 days prior to the next hearing.
Okay. And Mr. Kircher, do you have a preference between February 3rd or March 17th?
March 17th would be best in case there's any extra.
Okay.
information we provide.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion to continue to March 17th, 2025 with the data proviso. Any additional data provided will be provided to the assessor 30 days prior to the hearing date.
I so move.
I second.
And hearing no objections, that motion carries. Okay, thank you, Mr. Kircher.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. This is items 91 through 92. Are we also including 93 through 113?
Through 115.
Through 115, okay. So items 91 through 115.
Sorry. 134.
No problem. Okay. Items 91 through 134. Like application number is 22-11069 through 22-11091 and 23-11542 and 23-11543 and 23-11552, 23 through 23-11570. Albertsons, Vons, companies.
We have Daniel Gangloff of Altus Group on Zoom for these items. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Gangloff.
Good morning.
What are we doing today?
I'm requesting postponement on these today. We recently did a hearing in January, and the person that was putting that information together recently left our company. We're hoping to get the information over the assessor's office relatively soon, and hopefully we'll be able to get to a resolution that everybody can be happy with.
Okay. And to the assessor's office?
We agree with the continuance request. Like you said, information hasn't been provided to our office yet. These are business property cases, and right now our business property team is in the midst of their busy season. So the assessor would like to request from the board, if it's possible, to push it out maybe a little further to give personal property opportunities to fully review it prior to the next hearing.
Okay. Let's see what we have.
Is the applicant okay with that?
Yeah, we're perfectly fine with that.
Board members, so what type of timeline are you thinking for these?
Oh,
Go ahead, Joe.
I was going to mention perhaps April or May would make the most sense.
And what do we have in April and May?
We could do April 28th. I would note these cases historically have to be set up for a special full day hearing. So most likely we're not talking about an actual hearing right now. We're talking about a status hearing.
Okay.
Because yeah, so I don't know if that changes the timelines, what we want to do, but historically, once all the data has been exchanged, then your board will set a date on its own for these cases. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Okay, that's relevant. With that in mind, Mr. Gangloff, when do you expect to have the information to the assessor?
We expect to have it to them before the end of the year. Either that April or May date would be perfectly fine with us. If we wanted to do March, that also works. Whatever works for you guys, really.
Okay. So, to the assessor, given that we're looking at just an update status here, report from the assessor's office, what date would work?
If we could do let's see, the April 28th date would make the most sense. If not, March 17th would work, whatever the board prefers for that.
Do my fellow board members have any input? Okay, well, let's say April 28th then.
Mr. Gangloff, April 28th was acceptable to you?
Yeah, that sounds great for us. Thank you.
Okay, and to the assessor, did you want to add the data proviso?
Yeah, and since these are large cases, can we do a 60-day prior to the status hearing?
Yeah.
I know Mr. Gangloff just mentioned before the end of this, you're thinking in the next 30 days you'll have it to the assessor, is that correct?
That is correct.
So maybe we want to do the next 60 days from today, just to give them an extra month to get used. It probably works out the same as 60 days prior. If we're
it's probably about the same.
April, February, yeah, it's all about
Well-
the same. So 60 days prior to the hearing?
Yeah. Does that work, Mr. Gangloff, 60 days prior to the hearing?
That does.
Okay. Okay. 60 days. Okay, I'm looking for a motion to continue to April 28th, 2025 for a status hearing with data proviso, data be provided to the assessor within 60 days prior to the hearing.
I so move.
I second.
There are no objections. That motion carries.
Board members, sorry, I just thought of something. So your board normally would require Altus to come in person for the next hearing. I just want to confirm that since we are agreeing at status, do you want Altus to come in person, or would you like them to be remotely, since it's just to select a date and confirm that data has been exchanged?
I think remotely is fine.
You're okay, approved
Yeah.
remotely. All right, perfect. So Altus, you're approved to attend that hearing remotely.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, item 135, application number 23-10013, Robert G. Purdom.
We have the applicant, Robert Purdom, here in person.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
I've been better.
Fair enough.
But hopefully this will get this resolved.
Right.
Got some,
Not yet, we're just getting
What-
an update from you.
Yeah, we just want to know what you'd like to do today.
well, I'd like to get it over with, get the hearing, establish the values.
Okay. And can we input from the assessor?
Yes, I believe both parties are ready to move forward this morning. The assessor expects our presentation to take about 20 minutes or so.
Okay. And Mr. Purdom, about how long do you expect your presentation to take? Okay.
Sorry, and Mr. Purdom, when we spoke last week, you indicated you were requesting written findings of fact. Is that still the case?
Sorry.
Written findings of fact? You still want that today?
Yes.
Okay, and you have payment with you? Okay, and you have 6 copies of your
I
presentation.
do.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, Mr. Purdom, we'll come back to you after we finish the rest of the agenda. Thank you. Okay, item 136, application number 23-10032, Golden Hills Land LLC.
We have Ryan Kircher in person with Assessment Appeal Advisors.
And I'll just note, I'll leave it up to Mr. Kircher if he wants to update all simultaneously or not, but we also have items 137 and 138. And then items 141, 142, and 143, all being represented by Mr. Kircher. So if he'd like, we could address them all simultaneously.
I'll let Mr. Kircher decide.
Good news, Golden Hills land, this case is going to be a withdrawal for us.
Withdrawal.
All
Okay.
right, so you're withdrawing that right now here
I
verbally?
think we just did it online as well, but
Okay,
we'll do it verbally.
okay,
Okay.
thank you. So just we'll note for the record that one's withdrawn, and I actually see a new withdrawal in my system, so it's probably that. If I can get Zoom out of the way. Yes, we've received the withdrawal. Thank you.
Okay. Item 137, Madera Simi LLC.
And then the rest of these items that we have today, we're going to be requesting a continuance on as well. Just working closely with the assessor, providing information. I believe there's a few of them that we're waiting on some taxpayer information as well. Just going back and forth and needing some time to review.
Okay. To the assessor.
The assessor agrees with the continuance. We would prefer the March 17th date for these. And if we could have a 30-day proviso prior to the next hearing date, I think that should cover it.
Okay. Okay. And to my fellow board members, are there any objections to giving them a continuance, given the fact that that was continued remotely previously?
No.
Okay. Okay. And you said, Mr. Kircher, this is for the remainder of these items. That would be 137, 138, 141, 142, and 143.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, I'm looking for a motion to continue to March 17th, 2025 with data proviso, data be provided within 30 days prior to the hearing date.
I so move.
I second that.
No objections, the motion carries. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you guys so much. And
Thank you.
good to see you guys in person.
Likewise, thank you. Okay. Okay, item 139. Application number 23-10841. Humayun Janet Shamolian Trust.
No one has checked in for this item. I don't believe anyone is here. I spoke with Mr. Shamalian last week. He indicated he would be submitting a withdrawal. However, nothing was received. We discussed that the case would be denied due to lack of appearance if we did not receive anything. Therefore, at this time, the recommended action is to deny due to lack of appearance. Thank you.
Okay. Assessor, have any comment?
No, yet the applicant had indicated to us that he was going to withdraw this case.
Okay, all right. I'm looking for a motion to deny due to lack of appearance.
I so move.
I second.
No objections, the motion carries. Okay, item 140, application number 23-11016, BMC West LLC.
We have Nathaniel Bratter with Ryan LLC on Zoom.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning. What are we doing with your case today?
Information has been provided to the assessor's office. They indicated it should be sufficient to complete the review. I would just need a little more time to do so.
Okay. To the assessor?
Yes, we did receive some information late last week. We need a little more time to go through it. It looks like all information has been received, but we want to add a 30-day proviso just in case.
Okay.
And March 17th would work for us on that one.
And Mr. Broder, March 17th, 2025, does that work for next meeting?
That does.
And you can have the data to the any additional data to the assessor within 30 days prior to that hearing date?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And before the board votes, I just want to make sure, Mr. Bratter, since you're using your one-time remote attendance today, you'll be expected to attend March 17th in person here at the County Government Center. Is that okay with you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion to continue to March 17th, 2025 with a data proviso that any additional data be provided to the assessor within 30 days prior to the hearing date.
I so move.
I second.
With no objections, the motion carries. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, item 144, application number 2311076, DG Piper LLC.
Good morning.
Good morning. Could you state your name, please?
Yes, Jay Castaldi representing DG Piper.
Okay, good morning. And what would you like to do today?
We are in agreement with the continuance. We were waiting on some information from it's an out-of-state company with different management. So we're just waiting on that information to come in, and then we expect hopefully some resolve behind the scenes with that.
Okay. The assessor?
Yes, we agree with the continuance. We haven't received information for this appeal yet, so a 30-day proviso is needed. And the March 17th date would work for us.
And is that acceptable to you, sir?
That'd be fine.
Okay. Okay, then I'm looking for I'm looking for a motion to continue to March 17th, 2025 with data proviso of any additional information provided to the assessor 30 days prior to the hearing date.
I so move.
I second.
With no objections, the motion carries. Thank you,
Thanks.
sir.
Good day.
Okay, item 145, application number 2311091, Peachtree A. Williams.
We have John Williams in person.
If you don't mind, I'd like to stand if I could.
Sure.
Thank you.
Let's see. And what are we doing today, Mr. Williams?
We just like to request a continuance for a short time. I've finally been able to gather all the data and put together a presentation that should be acceptable to the assessor. And hopefully we can come to an equitable agreement and request a withdrawal later.
Okay. And to the assessor?
Yes, we were waiting for some additional information from the applicant. So if we could move it to the, again, March 17th date with a 30-day proviso, that should work.
And is that acceptable to you, Mr. Williams?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion to continue to March 17th, 2025 with data proviso of 30 days prior to the hearing date.
I so move.
I second.
No objections, motion carries. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very
Williams.
much. Have a good holiday.
Thank you, you too. Okay, item 146, application number 2311236, Francis X. Linsalato.
We have Francis Linsalato in person.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
And what would you like to do today?
My wife and we are ready to move forward today and present.
And do you have an idea of how long your presentation will take?
20 minutes.
Okay. And to the assessor?
The assessor is also ready to move forward, and we also anticipate about 20 minutes for our presentation.
Okay.
Mr. Linsalato, just to confirm, you are requesting the written findings of fact and have payment with you today?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you have 6 copies of your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Linsalato. We'll return to you afterward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item 147, application number 2311459, Conejo Ventures LLC.
We have Nathaniel Bratter on Zoom.
Good morning again, Mr. Bratter.
Good morning again.
What would you like to do with this case?
I believe we'll be continuing this case as well.
I'm sorry?
We will be continuing this case as well. Similar story to the last case. Information has been provided, but I believe some more time is needed for the assessor to come to review the information.
Okay, and to the assessor?
Yes, we agree with the continuance. The information was provided less than 30 days, so we need a little more time to review it. If we could also add a 30-day proviso to just cover us in case anything else is needed. And the March 17th date will work.
Okay. Mr. Broder, is the March 17th date work for you?
Yeah, the applicant agrees with that date.
Okay. And that would require an in-person appearance. Is that, are you aware of that?
I am aware.
Okay.
If I may, just because I know the rules have recently been changed. If a stipulation is received, is that stipulation able to be accepted via Zoom, or will the applicant need to be there?
Correct. The stipulation, part of the terms of that automatically waive your appearance at hearing. So, sorry, this is Brendan with the clerk of the board's office. So if a stipulation is signed upon receipt of that, you would automatically be waived from attending a hearing.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion to continue to March 17th, 2025 with a data proviso of 30 days prior to the hearing date.
I so move.
I second.
With no objections, motion carries. Okay, thank you, Mr. Broder. Okay.
And that's also Mr. Brown.
Okay, I had a feeling. Okay, item 148, application number 23-11460, GK South LLC. And what would you like to do with this one, Mr. Broder?
Same story as the last one. I believe information's been sent to the assessor. However, more time is needed to review.
Okay, and to the assessor
Yeah, same situation and same request.
with the data proviso?
Yes,
Okay. And that would be what, March 17th?
March 17th. Yes, thank you.
And does that work for you, Mr. Broder?
It does.
Okay. Okay, looking for a motion to continue to March 17th, 2025 with the data proviso of 30 days prior to the hearing date.
I so move.
I second.
And no objections, motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Broder. Okay, items 149 through 151, I believe. Application numbers 23-11842 and 23-11843 and 24-10032. For Property Company.
We have John Orger and Jonathan Cornelius on Zoom.
Just to update your board, as a reminder, this is a status hearing. Board members Sisk and Croft are not privy to this, so this is a status hearing. As your board had requested the applicant to try to obtain the appraisal originally prepared for the property. So your board did approve this matter to be heard remotely today, as you are just seeking a status on information exchange and if a subpoena would be necessary or not. And so the applicant did provide a response by last week in writing as requested by your board, and we can go to either the applicant or the assessor at your preference.
Okay, I think we'll start with the assessor.
Yes, thank you. On December 2nd, we did receive most of the information in question that we spoke about at a previous hearing. So the assessor does not believe a subpoena is needed for this. There is still some information still needed that the applicant has indicated they will be providing. So if we could continue this, I think we can switch this from a status hearing to a normal hearing for our future date, and then just have a 30-day proviso. Probably from today, a 30-day proviso.
Okay. Okay, and to the applicant, let's hear your side.
Yeah, good morning, members of the board. This is John Origer. Yes, we did provide most of the information, and we are working to provide the last of the information. I'm hoping and planning to get it to them this week, and we're hoping to resolve the matter.
Okay. And you would, you're amenable to a continuation for an actual hearing date?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And do you have a preference? Right now we have February 3rd, 2025 and March 17th, 2025.
Yes, we would like to ask for February 3rd, 2025.
Okay, and to the assessor?
That's acceptable.
And back to the applicant, the assessor has asked for a data proviso to receive the information within 30 days from today's date. Is that acceptable?
Yes, like I said, we're going to work to get it to them by the end of this week.
Okay, great. Then I'm looking for a motion to continue to February 3rd, 2025 with a proviso data to be provided within 30 days from today's date.
I so move.
I second.
Hearing no objections, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And just real quick, Mr. Arger, you're planning to attend that hearing in person, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, we're all set.
Okay. Let's see, that brings us to item 152. We have stipulation agreements.
Yes, these were emailed to your board on Friday for review. If your board does not have any questions, the recommended action is to approve as submitted.
Okay, I received these via email and was able to review them.
I review them as well.
Okay, any comments, questions?
Nope.
Okay. Looking for a motion to approve stipulation agreements.
I so move.
I second.
Okay, motion carries.
Chair Lunetta, before we get to the first case, item 89 is present on Zoom. So, so your board did deny, so item 89, application 22-10576 for ATEE LLC. Your board denied that case due to lack of appearance. We do have Adam Tancredi on Zoom for this item. As we previously discussed, your board required that Mr. Tancredi be here in person today. He is not. So I don't know if you want to hear from him before you determine if you'll leave the denial in place or what you'd like to do, but we do have him on Zoom if you'd like to hear from him.
I'd like to hear from my board members first if they have opinions on this.
I'm okay with vacating decision.
Okay. 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 Well, we'll listen to Mr. Tancredi.
Mr. Tancredi, you please address the board as to what you're requesting today and why you are not here in person. Thank you.
So I apologize for not being in person. I guess that's the mishaps on my fault. I live in Orange County and I had a doctor's appointment this morning. So that was, if I would have known that, I would have asked for a different date. So I apologize for that. I'm just asking for a continuance. I'm finding out that my application, talking with the assessor and I think with the gentleman speaking right now, that I got wrong information on my application. I think they said that I'm okay to move forward with the application, but I'm a little confused because I don't know what there is to move forward on from a standpoint of just saying the property is valued at what I bought it for from a third party. So I don't really know what is the next step for that. Talk to the board. Not really quite sure.
Okay. I want to turn to the assessor and get some input from that side.
So the assessor disagrees with a lot of what was just stated. We've communicated with him, and we've also included the clerk of the board in our communications. Both the clerk of the board and the assessor has communicated to the applicant that his application is correct. What he is disputing is covered in his application. There is no confusion with his application. Also, both the assessor and the clerk of the board clearly told the applicant he is to attend in person to this morning. So.
Okay.
Well, then I guess I'm ready to move forward.
Okay, I'm gonna.
So, Mr. Jenk, sorry, I clarify. You're requesting to present your case today?
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't know I had to be there in person. So if there's a way for me to show up at the next hearing, I'm more than happy to do that.
All right, and you, I guess I'd like clarification. Despite all our conversations last week, you did not bring up the fact that you had a conflict today. So if we reschedule the hearing to a new date, can you guarantee you will be here in person on that?
That is 1000% my fault, and yes.
I don't know if we need so any more clarification. So, Mr. Tancredi, you're prepared at the next hearing to present a presentation on your opinion of the value of your property as of your day of purchase. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And with that, Mr. Phillips, is that all the clarification we need at this point on where he stands? I know we've all had a lot of confusion on this case, so.
Yeah, your statement's correct, Brendan. There's also information that the board, in previous hearings, the board has told the applicant and agreed with the assessor that information should be provided regarding the transaction. And there was also a need for a site inspection. There's some buildings we need to inspect and walk through. That has not yet been done. So there's certainly some information still needed on this property for the assessor to perform a valid appraisal on this property.
Okay.
But correct me if I'm wrong, isn't there no need for any of that if it's basically just if I go based on the purchase price from a third party?
No, that is not the case. I can reference Revenue and Taxation Code 441D if needed.
I could just clarify, Mr. Tancredi, I'm Brendan with the clerk of the board. So the board's job is to determine the true market value as of your date of purchase, and based on the evidence presented, they will determine if that should be your purchase price or some other amount as the assessors previously determined. So that is
Gotcha. Okay.
is for the board to weigh that. So that's why the assessor would need additional details on the condition of the property so that they can inform the board if the purchase price is appropriate market value or not.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you for clearing that up. I appreciate it.
Mr. Phillips, do you need to add anything to that?
No, I think that was sufficient.
Okay. And to my fellow board members, I want to get your input or opinion on this. Do you have any opposition to granting an additional extension to the applicant?
I have no problem.
I have a question. How much time does the assessors need? How much time do you need to be fully prepared?
That would depend on when the information is provided to us under 441D.
So do you want like a 30 days?
Yeah, 30-day proviso would be great, as well as access to the property to do a site inspection so we know what we're appraising.
Within is that reasonable within that 30 days?
Yes, it should be. Yeah.
Mr. Tancredi, is that understood what the assessor is asking for?
It's understood. The problem is I don't own the interior of those buildings. I don't have access. It's a tenant lease. So even if they are to assess the inside, I don't own any of the improvements. So I don't know what that does for the value of the property.
Well,
It's clearly stated in
my
the lease.
experience, that the property owner does have access even with a tenant for circumstances such as these. I would suggest.
I'm more than happy to put the assessor in touch with the tenant and they can coordinate a site visit.
Okay.
Excuse me, if I may.
Yes.
Interject myself, Zachary Clifford with the assessor's office. Both the applicant and the assessor agree that the cost approach is relevant when assessing or valuing the improvements. Unfortunately, without a interior inspection, that cost approach is less reliable in our opinion. So that's why an interior inspection of the buildings is necessary. In addition, the lease, as the applicant had indicated it is leased out, has not been provided. One approach to value is the income approach, and we are able to value those improvements based on the income that is produced. The lease is still yet to be provided. Additionally, there was a loan taken out on the property. And we have on numerous occasions requested that appraisal by the financial institution be provided, and that is still yet to be provided, including sending a specific 441D letter to the lending institution as well as to the applicant for a little bit more context.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Mr. Tancredi, we're prepared to grant you an additional extension. However, this would be the last one. Given everything in the history of this case and the assessor's comments, this would be basically your last chance to provide what they need, as well as appear in person on the next scheduled hearing date. With that in mind, we have February 3rd, 2025 and March 17th, 2025. Do you have a preference?
I do not have a preference. I think whatever works for everybody is fine with me.
Let's do March 17th with the 30-day proviso, and we'll continue to reach out to the applicant and get the information as well as schedule a site check or a site inspection.
Okay.
And just to confirm, that's 30 days prior to the hearing that the site inspection be completed and the information be provided, correct?
Correct.
All right. Just with the holidays coming up in the next 30 days, I wanted to make sure we were all clear on that.
Yes,
Yeah.
that way it gives both sides, quite a few months to accomplish this.
Okay. Mr. Tancredi, the assessor is requesting access to the site as well as any additional requested information within 30 days prior to that March 17th hearing date. Is that acceptable to you?
Yes.
Okay. And this will require you to appear in person on that date. Is that understood?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, then I'm looking for a motion to continue to March 17th, 2025 with the data proviso that any additional information requested by the needed by the appraiser as well as a site access be provided within 30 days prior to the hearing date.
And before the mover moves, and also to vacate the denial due to lack of appearance given today as part of that.
And to do that as well.
I so move.
I second.
And with no objections, that motion carries. Okay, thank you, Mr. Tancredi.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, board, that takes care of all of the items. Do you want a recess or would you like to just get into the first case?
Let's just take a quick, how about a 10-minute recess? So we'll get back here at
10:30.
10:30.
All right. Sorry, Mr. Purdom, do you have your payment for $150? I forgot. I need to collect that before we start.
Hopefully we'll get this resolved today and I won't need it. Want to check or cash?
Whatever you prefer. So you're gonna make that payable to County of Ventura for $150. You can just let me know when you're done. I don't need to. Did you have any questions? Your case will go very similar to this, so you get, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, we're back on the record. Okay, so this is item 135. Mr. Purdom, welcome back. Let's see.
So I've handed out a copy of the application. So one thing that the assessor pointed out is that this might not be an owner occupied single family residence. So Mr. Purdom, on your application that you submitted under penalty of perjury, you indicated that this was your primary place of residence. Can you clarify that? Was this your primary place of residence upon your purchase, or did you?
It was intended.
Can you speak into the microphone, please? Thank you.
The mic.
It was intended to be my primary residence, and it ran into such a bad ball of wax that I ended up renting it, but I had to bring it up to a livable standard, which was way more than I thought it was going to be.
Okay, so you've never lived in as your primary residence?
Not really.
Okay, thank you for
I
clarifying.
live just a few houses up.
Okay, thank you. So
So the burden of proof would be that the applicant has the burden because it's not an owner occupied single
well,
family.
so that's step one, and then the assessor determined it is not a Rule 2 sale and did not accept the purchase price. So and I don't know if
In
The
that
party-
case, the assessor would have the burden of proving that the purchase price is off by more than 5% under the applicable revenue taxation code.
So we do somewhat disagree with that because I'm going to reference Revenue and Taxation Code 110, Section B. I'll give you a second.
If I may interject something when you have time.
Sorry.
Just a second. We'll
Go ahead.
Property Revenue and Taxation Code Section 110B establishes the purchase price presumption. And I'll state an excerpt of that. The purchase price shall, however, be rebuttably presumed to be the full cash value or the fair market value. And then there's an if the terms of the transaction were negotiated at arm's length. So for this transaction, the applicant and the assessor do not dispute this was not an arm's length transaction. Therefore, the purchase price presumption does not apply in this scenario. So it's the assessor's opinion the burden of proof would be on the applicant. And that's why I just want to state
And-
revenue taxation 110 is where we get that from.
And the applicant agrees that this was not an arm's length transaction.
Sorry, it was what?
The applicant agrees with the assessor's representation that this was not an arm's length transaction,
Yeah.
meaning between unrelated parties that had.
No, it wasn't, it was between me and the seller. She'd gotten other estimates, from like flippers and I guess one of those guys that will buy your house, no matter what kind of condition. And they were a little sharper than me. They knew what kind of condition it was in, I guess. So it didn't get listed, but she saved the money on the escrow cost because she was looking at 6% minimum. Plus, she would have never got it through escrow and all the things that were wrong. So she wanted just to sell it. She was in foreclosure because of her mother, which died in the house, was on had a reverse mortgage on the property. I don't know how they find out so quick. Within 2 weeks of her dying, they had a demand for payment to her, and it was and nothing, basically nothing fundamental had been done to the house in like 35 years.
So would you say that she was under pressure to sell quickly?
Yeah, but not expressly to sell it to me. She was
Right.
going to sell it to whoever. But yeah,
Okay.
they put a foreclosure. I said, well, if whoever you sell it to, just get it in escrow, and then show them that you're the property's in transition. And so she
Okay.
worked it out and saw where she could get her best deal. And she decided to go with me because I was buying it as is. I just didn't know how as is it was.
Sure. Okay.
And is it the assessor's position that because of the unique circumstances, there were exigencies on the sellers?
Correct. There was exigencies on the seller. It wasn't listed on the open market. We describe it as direct from seller purchase. So they had a prior relationship. He knew of her circumstances. He offered to buy it. These all mean it's not an arm's length transaction. And he did indicate on the preliminary change of ownership report, which is also signed under penalty of perjury, that this was a direct from seller purchase.
Okay.
Well,
Okay. Under the circumstances, it would appear that the applicant has the burden of proof.
she was fairly sophisticated on this, and she did not, get squeezed into or anything or selling it, to me personally,
Right.
because it was a pressure deal to sell to me.
Right.
It was just she was working out what worked best for her, and she wasn't
Under the circumstances.
She wasn't very naive.
No, I know. I don't think that's what's being implied, but it does sound like there was not atypical pressure to maybe sell the property
Really.
sooner than would be normal.
Well, when I go through all the things all the defects in the property, I think it took a year to fix this house up
Okay.
to make it habitable.
We're just trying to figure out who has the burden of proof. So it would appear that Mr. Burnham, you have the burden of proof, and that would require that you go ahead and present your case first.
Okay, so you just want.
Was there a question about what that means?
I mean, do you want us just to go ahead with the defects in the property then?
Yeah, basically, either you would present first or the assessor would present first. That's based on on these rules that are being discussed. In this case, it looks like you have the burden of proof.
Yeah, I had full intentions of moving into the house. Actually, I stayed in the house to guard it kind of for a while, but I mean, it wasn't like I moved everything I owned into the house, but I had to stay in there to keep it from getting robbed when we had huge
Okay.
stuff going on and keep it from getting vandalized.
Okay.
So I did stay in the house. My intention was to live in the house, but then when I went for my loan, they said, well, why would you move it from a bigger house to a smaller house? And I'm like, oh, I'm one guy. I don't need more than 3 bedrooms, and whatever. So, but they wanted me to go as a rental property. They made me listen, so they get another 0.25%. So I had to pay a little more for the loan because they weren't buying that I was going to move into that I'd go step down in size house. I don't know what a 70-year-old guy needs with, 7 bedrooms. So
Right.
I'm like trying to move down a little.
So I see that your opinion of value is $514,180.
No, my opinion of value is what I bought it for. 535,000 is what I'm, what I paid for it, even though there were extenuating circumstances that I didn't realize at the time of purchase. I mean, all the plumbing was just rotted out on the bottom. I didn't camera it, which is kind of on me because I own camera equipment. I've been a contractor since 75, but I didn't think that it would. There were things like when we got in there, it was stopped up. We had to jackhammer up the floors, replace every drain in the building, in the house, put the floors back. But it was in the bathrooms. We had to tear out the bathrooms, and then when we got into the bathrooms, there was dry rot and mold in the walls because they were back-to-back bathroom. Where the tubs were against the wall, the king studs and the cripples holding up the headers for the windows and everything, they were all rotted off. We had to rip everything out, reframe the bathrooms, re-drywall it, put new fixtures in, put new flooring in, and we had to put new drain out to the front of the house. Got out to the front of the house, the septic tank was caved in it was deteriorated. The dividers were gone on the septic tank.
Excuse me.
And then
Sorry, we don't have if he's presenting his case, we don't have a copy of it. I'm not sure where we were.
You go ahead.
So right now is time for you to, am I on?
Button.
There we go. There you go. All right. Okay. Now is the time for you to present your side, all of your case. So you'll want to give us hand out your 6 pieces of your evidence so we can all have a copy of what you're talking about. And then it'll just tell us all about what happened, what's wrong with the property, but we need to kind of have the evidence out here.
All right.
Did you get the packets?
Great. So we're going to pass that out.
Because you started on the testimony, but we were
I'm
prepared.
sorry.
For it.
I've never done this before. I've never
That's
even
okay.
heard of this happening before.
We're usually in a bigger room.
That's on me. I should.
So yeah.
So this will be the photos will be applicant exhibit 1, and then the rest of the documents attached to the binder clip will be exhibit 2. So Mr. Purdom, since it's determined that you have the burden of proof, you'll present your case. When you complete presenting your case, the assessor will have the opportunity to ask you questions.
Okay.
Once the assessor is done, then the board will ask you questions. Then the assessor will present their case. And then once the assessors complete presenting their case, you'll have the opportunity to ask them questions. Okay. So unless the board needs any additional information from the assessor, did you want to just start hearing from the applicant's continued case now?
Did the assessor have any comments in terms of the overview of the case?
If the board would like to hear a quick overview, we're okay to do that.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see, the subject is a custom single-family residence in the city of Simi Valley. It was purchased on April 13th, 2021 for $535,000. Like it has been stated here, it wasn't listed on the open market, and it was the opinion of the assessor that didn't conform to property tax rule 2.
Mr. Clifford, could you speak a little closer to the mic?
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
And that's pretty much the summary. It's a single-family home in the city of Simi Valley.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm not sure if the board wants any other information, but It's a pretty
That's
straightforward
probably
case.
fine. Let's see, do we have these exhibits labeled?
Yes, the photos will be exhibit 1 and the remainder of the documents attached to the binder clip will be exhibit 2. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Purdom, we can get back into your presentation.
Well, please correct me if I'm, saying the wrong thing out of order or whatever. But I really pressed this appraiser to give me a higher appraisal than what he give me. The top he would go with the comps that he had in the area was 535. And I said, come on, it's like, but we did have to spackle a bunch of the around the eaves, and we kind of okey doked it a little bit. We had to put in some new fascia stuff because of the dry rot. We fixed the roof, but this is, but after the close of escrow, we found out about the rotted out pipes on the slab. I mean, about a third of the main. So somebody at one time, probably 50 years ago, put really harsh drain cleaner in there, and it just destroyed the cast iron all the way out. So we get out, then the septic tank is not, the divider on it is gone pretty much. The cesspool that was, down was caved in. A third of it was caved in, but it had it's very alluvial sand there. And so it has a really high rate of absorption. So we had to connect to the sewer and run the sewer and pull permits for that. Once we pulled the, like I say, we had to redo both bathrooms, replace the cabinets, tile, everything, because it was completely rotted out on the dry rot and had a little bit of a termite thing going there. The garage was completely fragmented, which I kind of noticed. They had a lot of well-placed rugs, like in the garage and stuff. As you can see, there's a picture on one of these of the compactor, and they're compacting a new garage floor. And so it was all fragmented, but we had to go across the garage floor to get to a wash machine drain anyway. So we would have had to cut the garage door, but there was no rebar, no reinforcement wire, nothing in that garage. And in the house, when we jackhammered up the floor in the bathroom, there was absolutely no reinforcement in there. So did that. I didn't walk into a closet, because you walk into a room, when I look through it, you see the closet doors. Well, once I got possession of the house, I opened up the master bedroom closet, and it backed up to another closet next room. They tore out everything in there. There was like wires draping over it, so they made it a big master, a closet with no drywall or anything, and it went into the next room. So they were using the next bedroom, and it just tore out all that. So we had to rebuild all the closets and put new doors on, and I mean, it just kept getting worse and worse. We just for instance, the last room that we were redoing, I go, well, at least one room we don't have to do the floors in was the master bedroom. And my guy goes, hey, you better come back and take a look at this. I'm going, okay. I go into the room. They left a bed there when they moved out. They said it was too expensive to move it because they were going like Kentucky or something. They pull up the bed, concrete. They floored around the bed. It's like, it was also like that throughout the house. If there was a picture there, there was a hole in the wall. But I mean, it was just one thing after another after another. Like I said, it took me a year to get it out. We had a bad grading problem in the backyard and on the side of the house where the dirt was actually higher than the footing. You can see it on one of the assessor's photographs. There's bushes along there. And we had to tear out ivy. They had like trunks like this thick just to get the grade out so we get the water out to the front yard. And then we had to regrade the front, had the front graded. We had to take out a tree that was bug infested. It just went on and on and on. But basically, I feel like kind of a sucker because I've been doing this for so long, not particularly on my own projects, but that too. But I'm a general contractor. I got a general contractor license. I have a C16 fire sprinkler, a C34 pipeline, a C36 plumbing, a C39 roofing license, a B contractor license, and an A general engineering license. So I just went in, saw it, but I'm willing to accept what I paid for it. I'm not trying to get anything less than what I paid for it, but I think that and as hard as I pressed the guy didn't even know, the appraiser didn't even know that there were all these defects, and he still wouldn't raise the appraisal up past 535 by his comps and everything. All the comps on there, they don't have these issues this house had though. They were cream puffs and they would have been brought up to that standard. This one had a lot of problems, and I have not replaced the roof on it because ran out of money. But my main thing was I was going to blow out the back of the house and put a new kitchen in and this and that. But by the time we end up replacing all the flooring, you know, a lot of it was the hidden defects. The FAU had a carbon monoxide leak. We were picking up carbon monoxide coming through the FAU, so we had to rip it out, put a new one in, and it must have had a cracked up firebox or a leak in it somewhere, which is pretty dangerous, you know. But it was a very small leak. We replaced that, replaced the water heater, put a new dishwasher in, put the new faucets in every bathroom, put new cabinets in the bathrooms, new bathtub, new showers, absolutely completely rebuilt the inside of the house, replaced all the dry rot and anything that was wrong with that. And that was a big issue, is the dry rot. And the FAU, we had to did that, put another water heater in.
Excuse me, FAU stands for?
Oh, forced air unit, the heater air conditioner. And of course, state of California doesn't want you using the old Freon system. So when you change it over, you got to change over the coil and everything, and the service lines and new condenser and everything. So it's just like snowballs. But I mean, we literally replaced every drain. And then when we tore out the bathroom walls between it, we had to take out all the water plumbing and everything so we could put the new studs in, and we replumbed that. We replumbed back to the garage. And one of the main things was the kitchen and the laundry were all the way at the far end of the house, so we had to reroute them. And then we had to tear through the living room, and then we did a sewer pull from the front yard into the bathrooms. And of course, we had to replace all the concrete and dowel and pin the concrete tie-ins, and I mean, anything that could be done to that house, we had to do it. We had to pull out the one tree that fell on the patio roof. And once we spiked up the tree and took a look at it, there was a big crack in the deal because it was termite infested, so it had to come out. It's just but when we regraded the front yard, we replaced the water main also because it had to be replaced. The garage was a pretty good sized project itself, you know, breaking out all the old concrete and replacing. We put a vapor barrier, but that's not applicable to this. And on the front porch, we still haven't replaced a lot of the shiplap. We just spackled it and painted it to get it through the appraisal. And we have to, the house, we patched the roof and I colorized it a little bit, but we need to put a new roof on it. But I'm not going to put a $16,000 roof on it, you know, and still come in with this high appraisal. My problem is too, is I'm out of there. Well, I'm out of everywhere up in a while, but I have to, I'm still going to pay capital gains based on 535. Like if I bought it for more, if it was worth more and I bought it for more, but if it sells, it'll sell and I'll pay the capital gains based on 535, not what 600,000. So there, I lose again on that. So any questions? I mean, this is the ultimate money pit. But it was all kind of concealed stuff. You couldn't see through the walls. They were tiled in the bathrooms and all the rot was in there. You could kind of smell it a little bit, but and then of course, the poor old lady that was in hospice there for like a year and a half, 2 years before she passed away there. That kind of puts a damper on anything, but I had over a year's time before I was going to move in. So that's kind of a moot point. But if somebody does it, I think you have 3 years, you have to tell the renter that somebody, or if you're going to sell it, you have to declare it as long as it was a non-violent death. Is that or 2 years? I can't remember. But I wasn't planning on selling it. I really was planning on moving in there and living there. But the way things come down, it just didn't pan out. But I am still planning on kind of moving there eventually. Once I get over the being so sick and tired of the house.
Fair enough. I'm going to defer to my board members. Does anyone have any questions?
I believe now would be the time for the assessor's office to ask questions of the presentation.
Sure. Good morning, Mr. Purdom.
Good morning.
You had alluded to some of the reasons why the property was for sale and how the sale came about. Can you explain a little bit further on if you had a prior relationship with the owner of the property or the person that sold it to you?
I knew the people because I've lived in Simi since like 58, since I was a kid. But I knew her. She needs some help. She had, well, like I said, like the one thing when a huge limb fell on her patio roof, and we did that, and we unplugged her kitchen sink a couple times, and we put in we fixed her a couple times, and then actually she hired on for me for a while as a housekeeper just because she needed some money. I'm like, okay, but she actually hit me up and set the price. I did not set the price. She said, this is what I want for this. This is what I can get for it. She'd already researched it, I guess. I said, yeah, I'll go that, because it was on the same street that I was living on. And the house across the street, well, it was an empty lot when I bought it. They were building, I knew they were going to build a house, which was owned by another plumber. That'll be a interesting valuation there. But the other thing on the purchase price of the house, like she set the prices, and she said, well, this is what I didn't really pay much attention, but it was kind of like these guys that want to flip houses. And that's what kind of hit me. They come in at a price that, cash price, and these people, well, we'll buy your house no matter what kind of conditions is in. They're pretty low. They really come in at rock bottom. But that's what she wanted, and she actually ended up with about $40-some thousand more than what she thought she was going to end up with. But
thanks.
I mean, the price of the home was in line, and yeah, I had to do a lot of improvements, a lot of stuff, but some of that stuff I was planning on doing if I moved in. I just wasn't going to do it all at once, because I was going to, of course, you're going to redo your bathrooms and redo your kitchen, but then the kitchen's going to have to wait, and the roof and stuff like that. There was a couple things I'm missing here that were big money items. I can't remember exactly what it is at this point. I got everything pretty much written out, but the place was a wreck. It didn't look nearly as bad as what it was. Everything took a huge jump. Right after I bought it, I was kind of happy. I go, hey, these houses had jumped $120,000, in the whole area in that year. We had a 10% increase in inflation. Everybody, and me included, that's why I thought, well, I'll buy a house right now, because I said, we might go into hyperinflation.
Right.
And everybody else was on the same thing, that like, I'm going to get property. Stocks, I've not had the best luck in the world with stocks. So I said, at least I'll have dirt there that I can stay. If everything else goes to heck, I'll at least still have the dirt. So that's why I actually made the investment, is because I wanted to move my retirement, what little I had, into buying this house and then downsizing, basically.
Okay.
I had just a couple more. During your testimony, you stated that you thought the appraiser was low on his value at the time of the appraisal.
On my house, yes.
On your house.
Absolutely.
What did you think it should have been?
I was going to try to get it. I thought it was going to come in at like, he came in at 535. I thought it'd be a minimum of like 560 or 565. But that's what I thought, not knowing what I got. But he goes, hey, there's just no way. And he was pulling for me because it was the loan salesman's guy. The guy that was a loan salesman, he was trying to get it pumped up. And that's why they came up with me financing it as a rental, because they didn't, they kept saying, well, why are you going to move from a bigger house to a smaller house? I kept going and they aren't going to go for it. And I said, well, how many bedrooms do I need? I mean,
it's okay.
All right. But that's what I thought. I thought it would appraise higher. And with me doing the improvements and cleaning it up and replacing the fascia and doing everything I had to do to get the appraisal, I thought it'd come in higher. didn't make any difference. It just went strictly off these other houses, which a lot of them were cream puffs. I mean, you would move in,
Okay.
you bought that house, you wouldn't have to do anything at 535. You wouldn't put another 160,000 into it, or 150,000 into it to get it. My prices on my improvements don't include my labor. I was down there almost every night and every weekend for a year, plus my laborers and my tradesmen. We were working there, you know, fitting it in between jobs. But I mean, thank God I had that ability. Otherwise, I would have been really
Yeah.
rammed.
Understood. And the assessor, additional question?
Yeah. You had stated that you did some work prior to the close of escrow in order to secure financing. Is that correct?
Well, on the escrow, when it was during escrow, after our price was already, this is all after our price was already established, we put in some fascia.
Could you go to your list that you provided us? Is there anything on that list that you
No, unless the fascia's on there. And we cleaned up we spackled the eaves and painted the eaves and painted the deal because they couldn't see any bad rot on the wood. So we push it through, but we plan on replacing all the starter board on the eaves when we re-roofed it. So I didn't want to, peel it back and put the starter board on, and then because we had a hard enough time finding a couple of matching comp tiles, but almost everything we did was after the close of escrow.
Okay.
Because they were still living in the house. They were trying to get moved out, and
so minimal work was done?
oh, minimal
Before.
before it actually changed title. Once it changed title, we started to get in there, and then they literally left in their trailer, and we went in and then started digging up everything that was wrong. But even when we were in the middle of it, until it stopped up and I cameraed the lines, that I had no idea the extent that all the drains were just shot. I'm only talking the bottom third of the pipes, but I'm not going to say anything bad about them. They were good people, and they were in a bad situation. They were trying to get out of state. But when I said, "Hey, you realize that these drains are all shot?" She goes, "Good thing you're a plumber."
And Mr. Purdom, you relied on the fee appraisal to determine the fair market value for the sale price. Is that my understanding? The fee appraisal that you've provided us today?
I was no, actually I didn't. I was relying on the price she set that she came up with her other people that she checked with that she was offered, and I think it was a little bit higher than what she was going to get out of a flipper. We wouldn't be having this meeting if it went to a flipper, because they would have already redone it, and you would have been based at probably at a much higher tax base if a flipper came in and improved it. And then with me, I wasn't planning on flipping it, so I didn't document things quite as well as I would have. If I was going to flip it, I would have everything a day-to-day log on it, like I do on most construction jobs. I'd have a daily log and what everything went to, but because I had no intention of selling it, I didn't keep the log. And then I also lost my phone, and then it got stolen, and I thought it was on the cloud, all the pictures, as we were going through this, but they went south. But that's why I went through the trouble to ask you to walk the property with me. And that's literally the first time I've been inside that house in a year. And it was pretty.
But for today, you're relying on the fee appraisal to support your
Yeah.
stated market value.
Yeah,
Okay.
because that's the max I could get out of it. And it
Okay.
was I had to make up the difference, of course, with the down payment to pay her the price that she put on at 535.
Okay, if you
That's
don't,
why I had such a big down on it.
okay, if you don't mind, is it okay if we dig into that appraisal, since that's what you're asking the board to rely on today, is the appraisal
This is my
that was
first,
completed?
this is my first time doing it. Whatever you want to do, I guess. Yeah.
Well, I want to go through some of what you're presenting today and sort of
Okay.
get some questions answered. If you go to page 1, about a third way down in the neighborhood section, do you see where it has the 1-unit housing trends? You see how the appraisers indicated that the housing trend was stable and in balance, and the marketing times were 3 to 6 months. Do you see about a third of the way down the sheet?
General description.
No, the neighborhood section. On the left-hand side, it gives you different sections of the, at least on page 1.
Okay, it says race.
Right here. The housing trends. Now you had stated previously that the housing market was increasing sharply. Would you agree or disagree with this assessor's or this appraiser's opinion that the housing market was stable and demand was in balance and marketing times were 3 to 6 months?
Well, I don't get political, but the regime that was in power at the time, things were pretty stable. And then we had a regime change in our government and things started going into high inflation. Fuel was more. I mean, I'm not getting political here, but it's just what was happening with the economy at the time. Everything took a huge jump right within the 6 months of buying it. It went up quite a bit.
But as of the effective date of this appraisal, March 9th, 2021, would you agree that the housing market was stable at the time?
No, it was yeah, it's stable, but it's stable in a way that our housing in Simi Valley, that's part of California, has gradually gone up. And I think there's some realtors on the board, or you're probably a lot more in tune to it than I am. It's things that just naturally go up about at least 10% a year. It seems like a house 2 years ago that was 600,000 is almost 800,000 now. My experience has been that real estate is a winner unless you're first time home buyer and trying to get into the market. That we've had a steady climb in there. So yeah, it's been stable in climbing on every piece of property I've ever owned. You know, it's just always just steadily gone up, but it's stable.
Steadily increasing.
But it doesn't flatten out. I have not seen the market flatten in Southern California ever in my lifetime, really.
Okay.
Okay. Let's move down to the section where it says site. It's just a few lines down further. It talks about the property. And it talks about the utilities. And I think you had brought this up about the connecting to the main sewer line. Would you agree that at the time of the sale, or at least the time of the appraisal, that it was on a public sewer?
No, it was not. At the time of the appraisal, it was on septic tank and cesspool.
Okay. And also on that same section, would you agree or disagree that the property had no easement, or is there an easement present at the property?
Yeah, there is an easement going across the property. The easement is there are flag lots, and half the little paved easement road I'm responsible for helping maintain. But I have absolutely it doesn't benefit me at all because it's to the east of my east border of my property, and it goes to two or three other houses down like an alley street. They're flag lots, but I can't build on it. I can't do anything, and I'm also restricted from building too close to it. So it kind of kills that side part of the house there. So it's just, it really devalues the property basically as far as being it's not an asset, it's more of a, more a detriment.
So you disagree with the appraiser when the appraiser says there are no adverse site conditions, easements?
Well, the easement's it's not that adverse. It's kind of a moot point.
You just said that it declines your value. I would say that would.
Well, I mean, as far as if you're going to add to that side of your house, or build an ADU, yeah, you got to take that. You aren't going to build over that easement because they got to drive through there. You don't have a right to it. There's also a gas easement that goes through there, a water easement, and on the other side of the house, there's an electrical easement, the poles. But that's all eminent domain stuff. You aren't going to. You got to accept that as it goes.
Right, but the appraiser should have known that stuff existed. Obviously, by walking the property, you would have known.
I think it was a moot. I think it was kind of a moot point. Maybe that's why he wouldn't go past what he went on his appraisal. But he went with very basic, and he goes, "I can't find anything." But up until that point, nothing in that area really sells. It's called Cadota Fig Farm originally, and they're just kind of hodgepodge deals in there. There's no actual planned development, except for all the apartments that are going on, but we're not apartment zoned in that area. Some of the comps that you came up with, they were on apartment zone property though, which makes a huge difference. And also it's too small to be horse property. It's a quarter acre. It's not applicable to having horses on it. And it's within 50 feet of where you'd have horses to your neighbors. You know, so they aren't going for that, having horse flies there and that stuff. So that it was just as a residence.
Okay.
It wouldn't be horse property, which would make it much more valuable. It wasn't going to be apartment applicable. The only thing you could do is if you wanted to put an ADU someplace. I don't know where.
Okay, let's move on further down near the bottom of the page, under the improvement section. The additional features, if you read there, it says forced FAW and AC with insulated walls and ceilings, dual pane windows. Did the home had dual pane windows at the time of the appraisal?
Yeah, except for one. He didn't miss that. The one large bed family room window is still a single glazed window.
Okay.
Which I really didn't care because I was eventually going to tear it out. And like I said, my original plan was to kick out the house. You can only kick it out 9 foot 8 inches because you have to be 21 feet off the back property line. And it's only 30 feet off the property line, you know, so you can't go out more than 9 feet 8. It's what it works out to the property line. So for some reason, they put this house way back on the property line, no backyard hardly, and this huge front yard. I don't get it, but that's the way they built it.
Okay, and right below that, it says, under the description of the condition of the property, it says the kitchen has been updated 1 to 5 years ago and the bathroom's updated 1 to 5 years ago. Would you say that's accurate?
I would say that's absolutely not true. That bathroom, if you look at the pictures of the bathrooms, they have been making that pink and white tile forever in pink bathtubs. They haven't used that in 40 years, 30 years, but it was, I don't know, maybe he was trying to help me out on pumping up the appraisal, but that kitchen was not, those were original cabinets, but they were cedar wood. And then I went in, I painted the cabinets afterwards. I think the pictures are when it was in escrow, but we painted them, but it was a tile countertops, and it was all knotty pine, not cedar. It was knotty pine cabinets, which is very 60s. You know, the house was built in 64. That was original. And I can guarantee the cabinets that we took out were original cabinets in the bathroom because not only were they had water damage to them, you know, dry rot, they were nailed in place, and they came out in pieces. So,
all right, we'll wrap it up with this one last question on page 2. If you'll go to page 2, and I know you're unfamiliar with these appraisals, so I'll make sure to clearly point out where our questions are. Page 2 down at the bottom, where it says summary of sales comparison approach. If you go to the third sentence there, the appraiser states minimum value to lot size as all have the same utility and there is no other income from the land with residential zoning. Would you agree that lot size impacts the market value of a residential home very minimally? As the appraiser would like the reader to believe in this statement?
Well, I don't believe that the lot size, the front of the house, which is larger. The back of the house, like I say, the maximum you do it, but it has the side lot up to the deal. You can't rent. They have an ordinance against it. You can't store RVs on the property. It has to be paved. If it has anything, it has a motor that you personally park on it. So there's no income to be derived from the lot itself, the actual land.
Right, I understand that. My question is, do you think lot size plays a significant role in the market value of a single family home?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I do. If
Because
it's laid out correctly, if you don't have a 30-foot backyard and a huge front yard that's not, doesn't have drainage to the street, that'd all have to be built up. But that's if you're going to add on to the house. That's a big if. In the position it's in right now, no. I could put a boat on the side though, I guess.
Okay, and I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Do any of my board members have any questions?
I have a few. About how much total did you spend after you bought the house, after you closed escrow? How much did you spend before you could rent it out?
Without my labor involved in it.
Well, that'll be my second
I
question.
think I have a listing on it here, but it was like 170,000 worth of improvements.
So that's only parts, materials. That's no labor.
Well, labor on the people I hired, but I didn't count any of my labor. But I mean, that's jackhammering up floors, replacing concrete, putting new drain lines in, having the graders come in and grade it, having the drywallers come in and patch all the walls and texture it and paint it and yada, yada, yada.
So you were effectively your own subcontractor and you worked for free because it was your own house.
Yeah, because
Just like if you were going to flip it.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like, had it been a project house or something that I was going to try to establish a sale value for,
Mhm.
I would have had everything. I keep a daily log on projects. You write down who worked there, when they worked, what we did, how much it cost. I mean, you just keep everything itemized. But on my own stuff, I'm like, didn't matter. It was a moot point, so like,
Excuse
little
me,
did I know.
excuse me, board member, I'm sorry, did you say 170? Because the list that we have is 63,000.
Well, that was hard.
I'm sorry,
cost
I
on
didn't
it.
mean to
ahead.
interrupt it.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
just want
yeah.
clarification.
It'd be good to get it clarified.
Hard cost on what I spent for other people, not my labor, not my equipment, not everything. When we figured it all out, but I have to admit, that was loss of income on there because it was uninhabitable for a year. So that was another $28,000 plus whatever the tax I paid on that year, because it was uninhabitable in the condition it was in, with the drains, finding out the drains were shot. With two people living there, one bedridden and another person just, living there to take care of her, they could very possibly, the water could have just kept on going out, and they may not have really realized they had such a bad problem, because it was very minimal use they had. There's just.
Do you have I'm sorry, do you have again, what you provided shows itemized $63,527. Do we have any list that shows these additional costs that would get it up to that 170,000?
Well, it's just what we were kind of, we'll take payments of 24 times 10. You have almost $30,000 worth of payments on the property of lost time, income on it, which I didn't equate into that. But I mean, if I did it on a job, you would have had a lot more for the sewer, not my hard cost. You would have had a bid price, you know what I mean? And then the garage floor, yada, yada, yada. So everything's, at least you could add 30% to everything.
So the 170,000 is kind of your estimate of what the
Overall,
going rate would be
everything
to
costs.
get all that done?
But I still got to,
Would that be like the going rate
yeah,
as opposed to what you actually incurred in
Yeah.
terms of those hard costs? Okay.
yeah, that's what I just put down, kind of incurred cost, which is a real low ball on it. Because, I was just kind of keeping track of what I got into it, Actually, I thought your question was, how could you be so stupid as to buy this house?
I don't know if I have any other questions.
Yes.
So, if you could just give us some clarification on who she, oops. On who she is. You referred to a she, meaning, and I'm assuming you're referring to the seller, but then you say she's deceased. So I wanted to just get some clarification on, was it her family? You said she did her homework like
Yeah,
she'd be a healthy person.
her daughter, yeah, the lady that died there, her daughter, and for some reason I can't remember her name right off the top of my head, but her daughter Samantha was her caretaker for like 2.5 years, so she had to give up her job and take over. But she was the attorney. She had whatchamacallit, an attorney, and so she had all total control of it, and she was also in the instructions that she could buy the property at the time of her death.
So the person who you said was savvy and came up with
Yeah,
all these.
that would have been Samantha, her
The
daughter.
Okay,
Yeah.
I want that clarification. And then I have a question regarding the sewer line. So was it mandatory that when you say that the septic tank was crushed, was it mandatory that you had to put in a sewer line, or could you have put in a new septic tank?
Well, with the
And how did it work before? If it's crushed and people are living there, how did it
well,
work?
what happened with the septic tank? You sound like you're familiar with them. all the waste goes into a big tank.
Right.
And it's a 2-compartment tank. The only thing that was wrong with the tank is it was decayed. So the divider was decayed. And so it wasn't you had your primary tank, but it was leaking across to your secondary tank. But the cesspool, the way they used to make cesspools, they aren't allowed to do this anymore. They drill a big hole down in the ground with a big, huge auger on the back of a truck. And then they send a little guy down into the bottom of the hole, like 30 feet down, 40 feet down. And then he would they have half, curved bricks and they're leach bricks. And he just starts stacking them up and then they just keep lowering them down. And he goes up a ladder and then he just stacks that around. Well, what happened was between the earthquakes or ground movement or whatever.
So the city made you put in a.
Absolutely. If you're within 300 feet or 200 feet of a sewer that you can connect to,
That's all.
the city mandates that you have to set the
Okay,
sewer.
I
But it
just
would have
wanted to
cost, it would have cost more money to put in a septic tank in the cesspool or in leach lines. It would have cost more money than to just hook up to the sewer.
Okay.
Even if you're allowed to do it, but you're not.
I have one other question regarding the appraisal. So you say that you agree with the appraisal, but I question the land value and the cost approach. It seems awfully low. Or you said that there's easements on it, but those easements seem typical: electrical, water, those are all on every property. They're just, I don't see a specific easement on the plat map.
Right there.
So what easement are you referring to?
Oh, well, it's going through the easement for the access easement going to the other property. I actually own, I think you found out that I own to the center of it, which I'm responsible for, but also the property across the street, which is like on a half acre lot. A year after I bought this, it sold for $250 and it's over a half acre. I mean, it's a big lot. They've since built a house on it, but it was, I can't agree with, the high price they're coming up with for the land, the lot.
So that's where you came up with your figure here on your application. The 250 was from the house across the street?
Yeah, well, I didn't dispute any of the assessments on what I bought the property for. I didn't dispute any of that. But what I am disputing is them saying it's worth way more. I think they came up with they were saying the lots were like 400-some thousand, which,
Oh, yeah, totally.
Okay, that was my question.
I got like 8 lots for sale on Valley Circle. They'll give me 400 for all of them, 450. I'll take it. So I know that's not right on the property.
Okay, yes, please.
You estimate that your estimate is higher than just the 63,527. How many hours of your own labor do you estimate you put in for the work that is listed in Exhibit 2 that added up to the $63,527?
None on that, but on my, I didn't include it in the first appraiser deal. I was there, but I didn't include my deal. I was just writing down what it cost me for some of my guys to come in and pay labor on that. Me personally, I didn't calculate anything in there for me personally. And because, I'm not going to charge myself.
No, but
how much
sitting
time do you
here
think I put in the
today,
house?
as accurately as you can estimate,
I'd say over 40 hours, absolutely over 40 hours a week for a year. I worked on that house, including the weekends, me personally. Between, but it was all scattered out between patch and roof, landscaping, grading, cutting down trees, I didn't break down in a log. I didn't keep a log, which I normally would if it was another project or if I was accountable to anybody, but it was not at that point. I didn't have any accountability and it was just what it was. And I just did it, but it worked every weekend down there except for 2. Every weekend. But it came out pretty decent.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, I think all mine were answered too, so at this point then we will go to the assessor.
Thank you. Real quickly, just as a matter of procedure, the assessor will be requesting from now on for every case where a burden of production, or I'm sorry, the applicant has the burden of approve. To make sure we're following the hearing procedures outlined in Property Tax Rule 313, we do ask the board to make a determination on burden of production, just as a matter of procedure, even if it's obvious to all parties involved. We have communicated with the clerk of the board, and it does appear this should be normal procedure for every case where the burden is on the applicant. And that would be from Property Tax Rule 313.
Okay.
Thank you.
Could you repeat that?
It's Property Tax Rule 313, talks about hearing procedure. It mentions on item C, subdivision C, it mentions when applicants have the burden of proof, the board needs to make a determination about burden of production before moving into the assessor's presentation. So we're just asking for that for every case with this scenario, just to make sure we're following procedure. We're not saying we don't think he's met burden of production, just a matter of procedure. Thank you.
Okay. And to my board members, is there any objection to the applicant's burden of production?
And if you need to meet in closed session, we can set that up as well, if you don't want to discuss it openly on the dais.
Do you feel that he has not met his burden of production? Is that what you're saying? Or are you asking us to interpret that?
Under the property tax rule, I'll just read it. 313C, in applications where the applicant has the burden of proof, the board shall require the applicant or the applicant's agent to present his or her evidence first, and then the board shall determine whether the applicant has presented proper evidence supporting his or her position. This is sometimes referred to as the burden of production. In the event the applicant has met the burden of production, the board shall then require the assessor to present his or her evidence. So the converse of that is, which is where you were saying, if the board determines that the applicant has not met the burden of production, the board need not require the assessor to present their evidence.
Okay. Now, if this was flipped and the assessor had the burden of proof, would it also be our decision after their side is being presented to weigh in whether they met the burden of production or not before the applicant presented?
Well, the board can decide if they want to have the assessor present their evidence. This particular rule is to kind of shortcut things. If the board makes a determination that the applicant hasn't met the burden of production, then the assessor need not be put to the burden of presenting their case. The board can also decide, if they wish, that they wish to hear from both parties, but then it's up to the board but the assessor has asked the board to make a determination regarding the burden of production.
And just to repeat, it's just a matter of procedure. We want to make sure we're following the procedure outlined in Property Tax Rule 313. We're not trying to get out of presenting anything. If you want our opinion, we do feel he's met his burden. We're just want to make sure we're following procedure on all cases.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Understood. And we appreciate that.
As the county council to further, the board shall, so even if the assessor didn't request it, the board is supposed to pause at this point and make a determination. But I don't know if board members, this question was fully understood. When the assessor has the burden of proof, he was inquiring, was there a decision to be made after the assessor presents when there's a burden of proof? And there's not, because in all cases, the applicant gets the opportunity to present. It's only the applicant that can be denied for burden of production, not the assessor. Did you want to clarify that further, county council?
Brendan, I was having a little difficulty hearing you. I'm sorry.
Sorry, board member,
If you
if the reverse situation applied when the assessor had the burden of proof, and as explained in it, the board cannot deny the assessor for burden of production. It's only the applicant. Correct.
The way the rule is written, the applicant, if the applicant meets the burden of production, then the assessor is required to present their evidence. That's the way the rule's written.
Okay.
Okay, and I believe they said they did meet, you felt he did meet in his burden of production?
Yeah, you had asked our opinion, and
Okay, so
our
if you
opinion is,
feel that he did meet it, then
Yeah. And
then I'm okay.
yeah, I certainly feel that he met it. So, Okay, well, then we'll say that the applicant did meet his burden of production, and we will go to the assessor.
We'll hand out the
Thank you.
assessor exhibits. We have exhibits A and B. So just two exhibits from the assessor that we're handing out now, A and B. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeannie.
Okay. Let's get into it. We can go ahead and start on page 2 of the assessor's exhibit. Page 1 was just based on the burden and who had the opinion based on the assessor's presentation. Let's start about halfway down on the assessor's valuation. The assessor originally appraised the subject property based on the information received from the preliminary change of ownership report. There was no listing. There was no public listing that we could view to verify the condition. And that original reassessment came in with average condition based on what the applicant had filled out. And we originally enrolled 740,000 based on that information. After the applicant had filed an appeal, and provided the assessor with additional information as to the condition of the property and a few other items. We underwent a reevaluation of the property, and the applicant had no photos to provide us of the property prior to the close of escrow, as he had indicated he had lost his phone. And that we're not disputing that. There are some pictures of the property prior to the close of escrow in the fee appraisal that's been provided. And we'll get to that in our exhibit B. After considering the condition issues that the applicant had brought up and some of the other issues that were brought up, an additional valuation indicated that the purchase price of $535,000 was still not fair market value, and the estimate of fair market value for the data transfer was $600,000 in the opinion of the assessor. The assessor's revised appraisal uses 4 comparables from the subject's marketing area. All the sales were within 5 months of the subject's sale date, and in a sharply increasing market, this is a factor that is extremely relevant. The subject is considered on the low end of the neighborhood when it comes to lot size and condition, but these 2 factors were taken into consideration. And the range of adjusted values are $587,304 through $609,191, with a reconciled market value of $600,000. And if you could go by the conclusion, obviously I'm not done. Pages 4 and 5 are some property tax rules that we included in our exhibits to establish the burden of production. Page 6 is the preliminary change of ownership report received by our office, filled out by the applicant. I've highlighted a couple of items on page 7 where the property was purchased direct from seller, and the condition of the property as indicated by the applicant during the escrow. On page 8, I've also included a letter that Mr. Purdom, the applicant, has provided to our office outlining some of the condition issues at the property before he purchased it, as well as the applicant's exhibit on page 9 and 10, outlining the expenditures that he incurred while renovating the property. And if we go to page 11, we have provided an aerial photograph outlining the size of the easement and the subject's usable lot size. And on page 12 is our sales comparison approach, the approach to value that we relied on solely to determine the market value of a single family home. As you can see, the The subject and all the comparables are located in a small neighborhood of Simi Valley, comprised of larger than average lot sizes. Some of the areas are zoned for horses. Like the applicant alluded, it depends on your lot size, on whether you can legally have horses at your property. Some of the parts have been rezoned for higher density. The subject is located in close proximity to the 118 freeway with some noise influence. It also has a driveway easement that limits its usable lot size. And the subject is considered in fair condition and has minimal amenities. If you look at the sale comp one, we had indicated that this sale backs to the 118 freeway and is considered in inferior location with much more significant freeway noise. It is on a significantly larger lot and is slightly older and is slightly smaller in gross living area. Sale 2 is located on a very busy street. Cochrane Street is a major thoroughfare in Simi Valley. It is located on a much smaller lot size, even if you include the subject's usable lot size. It is renovated and considered superior in condition. And it is slightly larger than the subject property. Comp 3 is similarly located away from the freeway as the subject. It has a similar usable lot size, but it has recent renovations and adjusted accordingly. It also has some additional features that were included in the evaluation as an enclosed patio, a bonus room, and significantly nicer landscaping. Comp 4, which was used by the fee appraisal, is located in a typical neighborhood and not located next to the freeway. It is considered superior in location. It is considered inferior in lot size, but it also has similar or far superior improvements, and we'll touch on those in a little bit. As you can see, the value conclusion that we came up with was $600,000. Some of the remarks for each comparable are provided on page 13. And many of those remarks I have testified to today, as well as some of the adjustments and the size of the adjustments made for each component of the property. We felt there was an adjustment warranted.
Excuse me, Mr. Clifford. GLA, is that gross land area?
Gross living area.
Gross.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
And I know that's where most of the work is in this market appraisal is in the sales comparison grid. So if you'd like to go back and review it, that's okay. I'm sure we'll get to it in the questioning. If you go to page 14, we've provided a location map. And you can clearly see that, like the applicant had testified before, this used to be one entire neighborhood and was split up when the 118 freeway came in. And on page 15, there are photos of the subject. These photos were taken in September of 2024 after the renovation, so they don't accurately represent the subject property as of the data transfer, but we wanted to provide them as an exhibit just to show what the property looked like at the time of our site visit.
It's after it was cleaned up quite a bit. A lot.
The bathrooms look new.
The only evidence that we have are the photos that the applicant has provided today, as well as the photos in the fee appraisal that occurred prior to the close of escrow. Here is a description of each comparable pulled from the multiple listing service. Comp 1 There are no interior photos, but as you can see, it was sold in as-is condition. It was listed on the open market, and no repairs were made. I had personally spoken with the buyer of that property to follow up with the condition. He described many of the condition issues with this property as the applicant has described with his property.
There'll be a chance for questions after.
Okay. Sale comp 2, like we stated in our sales comparison grid, has been renovated. Although an older renovation, still superior to the subject property in our opinion, and that's reflected in our appraisal. If you go to page 22, this is sale comp 3. And there's a description of the comparable sale by the listing agent. Photos may, in my opinion, tell a more thorough story than anything. It has had some renovations done, as you can see. They may be older, but still superior to the subject property, as we indicated in our appraisal. Page 24 is additional photos of sale comp 3. And page 25 is a description and photos of sale comp 4. Although some improvements made to this property, still somewhat of an older renovation, but superior to the subject property as we had indicated in our appraisal. So in conclusion, the assessor's initial enrollment of 740,000 as fair market value was based in part on the information provided on the preliminary change in ownership report by the applicant. After further review of the information provided by the applicant, it was determined that condition of the property was less than average and a new valuation was conducted. After considering the additional information, we are requesting the Assessment Appeals Board enroll $600,000 as the fair market value as of April 13th, 2021 for the non-Rule 2 sale, with 390,000 allocated to the land and 200,000 allocated to the improvements. And that concludes my presentation of Exhibit A. I'm more than happy to take questions on Exhibit A before we move to Exhibit B. Exhibit B is simply just a rebuttal to the fee appraisal that was provided by the applicant.
Okay. Mr. Purdom, would you like to ask questions about Assessor's Exhibit A?
Yeah, a lot of these houses are like green puffs. I mean, the house.
Remember, we'll try to keep them to questions.
Okay.
Not
Here's the question I have. It's like on number 17. This photograph doesn't show the detached garage that's on that property, and they've already added where that large tree is to the left of that main, on the second photograph. There's already an ADU built on there, and they've already got RV storage in the back. I mean,
so
so there's a lot to this property.
Is there a question in there?
Yeah, the question is how could that be comparable to the lot in the utilization I have available for my property compared to this one?
Well, the ADU and the RV parking didn't exist at the time of sale. And we had made an adjustment to the lot size, a significant adjustment for the usability of the additional land. If you look there was a $39,150 adjustment made to the sale price to reflect the larger lot size. And that would be a $3 square foot adjustment.
I would much rather,
Okay.
I basically disagree with the comparison.
Okay. Well, we'll
but that
keep it to questions. Yeah. Mr. Purdom, do you have additional questions?
I just, one of my strongest is the land value, because like I said, a year
When
over.
again, we're going to just
Okay.
specific questions, like if there's something about the
Yeah.
appraisal that you don't understand or want clarified.
I don't really understand the square footage on the land value as opposed to the other properties, like the one directly across the street that sold for over a half acre, or more than twice, almost 3 times the property I have there, and they bought it for $250. I don't get that. I mean, they bought it for $250, and you're saying my dirt is worth about $450 for less. I mean, for like a third amount of the property.
I'm sorry.
So
Did you have a question?
As I understood, the applicant's questioning the allocation between land and improvement. That's how I understood the applicant's question.
Well, I'm
in
going
the
to chime in. I'm not sure that was what he's asking, but maybe what I heard was maybe explaining the adjustment. I believe
The
he
adjustment to
mentioned
the,
$3 a square foot for the adjustment. Is that correct?
yes.
And are you, Mr. Purdom, are you asking where they came up with $3 a square foot?
Yeah, basically,
Okay.
it's out of kilter with all the other comps.
Well, we'll let the assessor
Well,
explain that adjustment.
Periodically, our office conducts paired sales analysis to come up with the determination on some of these adjustments that are made, as well as the opinion of the appraiser on what the land value should be, and also the lot size adjustments.
Okay. I'm not arguing.
Alton?
I mean, it's.
Any other questions?
It is what it is. I can't, is there any other questions from the board members or?
Yeah, we'll
Okay.
we'll go to that.
No,
Thank
no
you.
other questions at this point. I'm sorry. I'm
Okay.
new at this.
Do any of my board members have questions for the assessor?
Well, I don't believe I do.
I have no questions either. Actually, do have one question for anybody. I've been searching through the appraisal that was provided by your person. I can't find anywhere where they break down the price that they used for the land value. And I don't really have a calculator to figure it out, but I was just trying to see if you guys noticed what he used, the price per square foot on his adjustments.
They haven't been.
Well,
He
that
has
was-
no text addendum with nothing that it really explains a lot of stuff that should be explained. So I was just wondering if picked it up.
We picked it up. We didn't necessarily think it was relevant to ask the applicant questions since this wasn't his product.
Just for further clarification on the adjustment for lot size, it says $3 a square foot on differences of more than 1,000 square feet when comparing usable area. If there were a very significant difference, say 5,000 square feet, 10,000 square feet, would you use a different price per square foot for that adjustment, or is that just kind of across the board $3 a square foot?
Well, I think economies of scale may play a role when you're talking about significant lot size adjustments,
Okay.
where you're talking about 40 acres versus an acre.
Right.
But in terms of residential properties, I don't think that this would be, although the usable lot size difference between the subject and sale one is 13,000 square feet. We don't think that would require an economies of scale adjustment.
Right.
When you're talking about lot size, that's what we would consider a double size lot. And,
Okay.
but it's not subdividable. You can't subdivide that lot. So it loses significant amount of value if you're unable to subdivide it.
Is it fair to say then that the $3 a square foot is not your opinion of the value of the total property, but rather just these differences?
Correct.
So, Mr. Purdom, I guess I'm asking a little bit on your behalf to understand that there is a difference. They're not talking about $3 a square foot for the, applied to the entire property, but just these differences. So does that make sense where that might be
Well,
different?
in Simi Valley, their ordinance there is I can't subdivide that to anything if I can't have at least 20,000 square feet.
It's not about that. It's more about the fact that if you're buying a 12,000 square foot lot versus a 10,000 square foot lot, how much more will you pay for that additional 2,000? And generally, it's not.
Well,
it's not say $20 a square foot. It's going to be less.
Well,
does that make sense?
No, not What the problem is you're in that weird zone or where an acre's worth a lot more than a half acre.
Sure.
You know, in that deal, if you're qualified for horse property and you have an arena, room for arena, your property's worth a lot more.
Okay.
If you don't have room for arena, it's not worth the same
Okay.
square footage.
I understand what you're saying.
It's Cadota Fig Farm. It's hodgepodge. You know, we got little lots like the one I'm on, and then you have a lot of half acre, 1 acre lots and stuff like
Okay,
that.
well, on that note, I'll ask the assessor, did you encounter any of these situations with this property where the specific size of the property is affected by these sort of permissions and restrictions for specific uses?
Yes, very much so. And that's one reason why we included the zoning on these. Typically, when you do an appraisal, as the fee appraisal indicated, there's not really a zoning section. And that's, in my opinion, it was a disservice to the client to not include this zoning information because of the lot size the subject had. They were not allowed to have horses, as he had indicated, and that is part of the zoning, the RVL, residential very low density zoning. And so it's much more comparable, in our opinion, to the RM zoning or the residential moderate density rather than the other homes that were similarly zoned. You can see that we did not use any comparable sales that were similarly zoned for that reason, because it's such a small lot size and it would not qualify for some of those additional benefits that the applicant had alluded to.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, real quick, I wanted to jump back to Board Member Croft's question. I do have a calculator. I punched it in real quick. It works out to about 30 cents a square foot. There you go.
Thanks. Okay, and we'll go back to the assessor.
We'll begin back up on the Assessor's Exhibit B. This is the rebuttal of the fee appraisal that was provided. The applicant provided a fee appraisal that was completed for mortgage financing purposes with an effective date of March 9th, 2021, and an appraised value of $535,000. It is the opinion of the assessor that there were numerous reporting error and judgment errors in the appraisal that led to conclusions that were not credible. Some of the errors include reporting on page 1 that the property values were stable, supply was in demand or in balance, and marketing times were 3 to 6 months. The appraiser indicated that the property values were stable at the time of the appraisal, but it is widely known that property values increased significantly from June of 2020 through 2022, as indicated by the attached report that shows single-family home prices in Simi Valley increased by 32%. The appraiser reported on page 2 that there were 3 comparable listings and 39 comparable sales. This would constitute a significant shortage in supply, in our opinion, and not an imbalanced supply. Of the 4 sales the appraiser used, none of them were on the market longer than 48 days, contradicting the reporting of 3 to 6 month marketing times. Additionally, the median comparable sales days on market and the median comparable listing days on market reported on page 10 of the fee appraisal indicated that sales over the last year don't exceed 27 days on the market, and listings over the same time period don't exceed 43 days on the market, indicating that there's no evidence to support a 3 to 6 month marketing time as the fee appraiser would like you to believe. Additionally, the appraiser failed to report the subject was on a septic tank. Instead, reported that the home was connected to the public sewer. This is significant because of the future main sewer line work that the applicant had to do and the eventual connection of the public sewer. The appraiser also failed to report that the property suffered from a current easement, as illustrated in the assessor's exhibits. The appraiser erroneously reported that the home had air conditioning, dual pane windows, and the kitchen and bathrooms were updated. The photos, as indicated in the appraiser's own appraisal, would contradict that assertion. Now, if we go to the comparable sales, all comparable sales used in the fee appraiser were considered by the assessor. It was determined that one comparable used in the fee appraisal, comp 2, was relevant and used in the assessor's analysis. It was also determined that more relevant comparables were available than the 5 used in the fee appraisal. The reasons are listed below. Comp 1 is located outside the subject's neighborhood in a subdivision with significantly smaller lots. Additionally, it has been renovated and significantly superior in condition. Comp 2, as stated previously, was used in the assessor's analysis. Comp 3 is located outside the subject's neighborhood in a subdivision with significantly smaller lots and significantly smaller homes in gross living area. Additionally, its condition was not provided in the listing, and the data transfer, July 16th, 2020, took place 9 months prior to the subjects. And that'll come up in a little bit, the sale date of sale comp 3. Sale comp 4 is located over 1 mile away in a subdivision comprised of homes significantly smaller in gross living area. Its condition could not be verified through the listing. Comp 5 was a listing in the time of the fee appraisal, but did transfer on March 14th, 2021 for $590,000. It is located over 1 mile away and in a subdivision that was not used because of the presence of more relevant comparables. Comp 6 was a listing in the fee appraisal, but did transfer on April 14th, 2021 for $500,000. It is located over 1 mile away in a subdivision and in poor condition. It is also much smaller in gross living area. Many of these comparable sales have similar property characteristics as the subject, making them relevant comparables. It is the opinion of the assessor that more relevant sales closer in proximity and within the subject's immediate marketing area were available. The appraiser stated on page 2, minimum value to lot size, as all have the same utility and there is no other income from land with residential zoning. The assessor strongly disagrees with this opinion. The assessor is of the opinion that usable land is extremely valuable in most property types, especially in residential properties. Finally, the appraiser reconciled the value by giving most weight to comparable 3, a comparable outside the subject's immediate neighborhood and approximately 8 months old in a sharply increasing market with no market condition adjustment. In conclusion, the assessor believes that there are significant reporting errors and errors in judgment made by the appraiser. These significant errors resulted in conclusions that are not credible, and we recommend the Assessment Appeals Board not accept the opinions, especially the opinion of market value as of the effective date of this fee appraisal. And we have attached the fee appraisal for review as provided by the applicant. And the only photos of the interior of the subject property that we know exist are in this fee appraisal, and you can go to page 19 to find those. Other than that, I'll be happy to take questions about the rebuttal.
Okay, Mr. Purdom, do you have any questions for the assessor regarding the rebuttal to your appraisal report?
Yes, before when they wanted to reappraise this property over what I paid for it, they didn't come up for a year after the property was sold until a lot of the improvements were done and everything. You come up, are you that far behind catching up to these appraisals when you want to sell them, when you want to evaluate them for more than what they bought them? It takes a year to get to it.
Well, after the deed is recorded, there's a significant amount of time that goes by where we have to take a look at the property and reevaluate it. Additionally, you bring up a great point. At the time of your transfer, mortgage rates were significantly low at the time, and that spurred a refinancing sharply increased during that time, and additionally put additional work on our property transfer department to review all those deeds that are recorded to refinance a home and determine whether they were reassessable or not. So there was a significant amount of lag time to do the reassessments for some properties during that time frame.
On the average, at that point in time, you were over a year behind, backlogged. I know you guys are obviously way overworked and trying to catch up because so many properties were changing deal, because that's why I bought, is everybody, there was a run on the market because the interest was good. And everybody could see what was coming, that everything was going to go up, and it did go up. But in that lag time of a year, even the pictures you have, as bad as this place looks, it's much nicer at the front yard.
Mr.
I mean, it's much nicer.
Let's focus on keeping it to a question.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead.
So if I
As
may,
far as the
jump-
lag time, I can see where we're going to see a significant increase in the value of properties in that lag.
so a couple comments about that. First, so for your purchase on April 13th, 2021, according to the law, we have before the close of the roll to process this change in ownership. The close of the roll would be June of 2022. So according to the law, that's the time frame we have to review this property. The other comment is the law restricts us from going too far in the future. So there's the 90-day rule, which we refer to as the 90-day rule. We can only go 90 days from the time of your purchase into the future, and that limits us. So even if we're processing your sale a year later, we can't go 30 days past your sales date, which means we can't consider anything that happened after that time. So we try to stay as close to the sales date as possible. So the market conditions and all of that is still reflected in our appraisal. The knowledge that we have a year later doesn't affect the appraisal.
If I could just clarify a little bit, it's like a retrospective appraisal. So we have the effective date of when you sell your house or whenever the reason is that we have that date, and we could go 10 years ahead and we can still go back and value it from that date. So the date saying that they took them a year is they can still go back to that specific date and do it from that time frame. Does that clarify it better?
In other words,
I
yeah,
get it.
yeah, what happened after the date of value more or less is irrelevant to the analysis.
In the future, could I get an appraisal from the county at the date of closing? I mean,
You have to talk to them about that.
yeah, I understand the logic, but I still respectfully disagree with some of it. But yeah, I won't even sneeze without documenting anything in the future, whether it's for myself or resale. Thank you.
Any additional questions?
No, not really.
Okay. Do any of my board members have any questions for the assessor regarding Exhibit B? I have none either. Okay. I believe it's time for closing from the assessor.
As we had indicated earlier in our presentation, we're not portraying the property as renovated. In fact, we originally concluded the value to be $740,000 based on average condition, and our reevaluation after provided additional information from the applicant concluded that there should have been a $140,000 reduction in that market value as of the effective date. And I think that our presentation today clearly shows that the market value is north of the $535,000 sale price. And we asked the Assessment Appeals Board to consider the information that we provided in their conclusion and enroll the $600,000 that we believe the market value is as of the effective date of the transfer. Thank you.
And if I may add one last thing, I don't think this was quite touched on yet, but the applicant had supplied this morning and to the assessor previously his total cost of $63,000. That lacked some, what he said, his labor costs. If you look at our condition adjustment, we more than accounted for that. It's well, our condition adjustment is well above that. One of them is almost double that. So that was one point I just wanted to highlight real quick, is that we feel our condition adjustment more than adequately captures the cost the applicant had to incur on the property.
Okay, thank you. And then now it's time for the applicant's closing statement. So this won't be any additional questions. It'll just be your closing kind of
Okay,
summary.
I didn't realize how much was somebody dying in the property. I didn't see that addressed in any of this too, but can significantly extenuate out how long it takes to sell a piece of property, because a lot of people don't like buying a house that somebody died in, recently. Doesn't bother me, but I mean, it bothers some people. So just, I have absolutely no problem with paying what I paid for the taxes on what I paid for the property, but I had no idea that it'd get appraised for so much higher when I didn't actually physically add anything to the property. I just brought it up to living standard. And by the time I did that, then I wasn't going to do the addition, but eventually I probably will move into the house if I'm not forced to sell it. Thank you very much for all your time. You've been very helpful. You guys kind of babied me through this because I'm not good at this type stuff. I appreciate all their courteous. They've been very courteous and very helpful. And I appreciate your effort.
Okay, thank you.
Win, lose, or draw.
Thank you, Mr. Perlman. We appreciate your being here today and arguing your case. And we'll take all the information into consideration and deliberate in closed session. And I believe Brendan will communicate our decision to you when, Brendan?
Within a few days, if the board makes a decision today.
Okay.
Just depends on if your board is able to reach a decision. So probably by the end of the week.
Okay.
All
right.
I want to pay my taxes before they're due tomorrow, so I don't run into another because they're due tomorrow, I guess.
So this, you're required to, that's for 2024. This is for 2023.
Yeah.
And the adjustment
So,
process will take some time. We recommend you pay it by the deadline. If you're well, the assessor is recommending a reduction. So you will receive a refund for 2023, 2024, regardless of what the board decides. But we do recommend you pay the bill as due, because it will, even if the board decides by Friday, it's going to be a few months before it's all processed.
Okay, that's what we need to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks again.
Thanks a lot. Okay.
It is 12:05.
Right.
We went a little longer than anticipated, so we do have one more case anticipated to be about 45 minutes.
Okay.
You wanna take
I'm
lunch or?
Personally, I'm okay with taking a break and then coming back and hearing it, but I want to hear from my other board members if they prefer to do a lunch first or something else.
Either way is fine with me.
Okay, why don't we take, we'll say till 20 after, and then we'll come back and we'll hear the next case.
So sure, just a 15-minute break is what we're doing? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay, 15-minute break starting at 12:20 return. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are back on the record.
Okay. We are doing item 146. And I think we'll start with, here we can get an overview from the assessor.
Thank you. Joe Phillips with the Ventura County Assessor's Office. Today, we're looking at application 23-11236. APN 205-0-151-045. Address is 1224 Teakwood Street in Oxnard. The subject property is a tract single-family residence in Oxnard. It was purchased on March 29th, 2022 for $675,000. And it was listed on the open market. It had a starting asking price of $659,000. The applicant's initial offer was for the asking price of $659,000. And then it was countered to the highest and best of $675,000, which was the purchase price. The applicant has, sorry, before I get there, the assessor did accept the sales price as fair market value, and this is under Revenue and Taxation Code Section 75.10A and 110.1B. The applicant has filed an appeal stating that the purchase price does not represent fair market value. Because of this, the purchase price presumption does apply for this case because it was an arm's length transaction. Therefore, the applicant would have the burden of proof. And let's see, I think with that, that would cover the overview for this one.
Okay.
And I just would note for the record, the applicant has requested and paid for written findings of fact. Ms. Linzalato, I do have a question of clarification. Your application is for the value as of your purchase date on March 29th, 2022, as well as January 1st, 2023 for a temporary market value reduction. Are you still pursuing both of those issues? Oh, sorry, I forgot to turn your microphone on. The red button, push it. Thank you.
It doesn't say.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. I think so.
Okay.
If the board finds that our actual value from when we purchased was low enough, then I don't think I would really feel like appealing
Pursuing
the reduction in value.
Okay, and you're just prepared to discuss the value for the purchase date today, correct? We would discuss the January 1st, 2023 value based on their decision at a later date, or are you wishing to discuss that value for 2023 today as well?
I can do both. I think the assessor was prepared for both, and we had previously come to a understanding about a reduction in value before Audrey, I think her name was, had mentioned that we could do a reduction in the base value.
Okay, maybe the assessor can clarify where they stand for January 1st, 2023.
Yes, sorry, I overlooked that part here. We were asking to bifurcate the issue, have the board make a determination on the purchase price first, and then after that, see where we are with the January 1st, 2023 lien date. So we are asking to bifurcate the issues and kind of take them in order for this case. Because we do think after the base year value is resolved by the board, the 1/1/23 would likely either reflect the board's decision today or result in a stipulation. So that's why we want to bifurcate it.
Okay, so we're looking to put off the 2023 decision until a future meeting, if necessary.
Correct, yes.
Okay, is that okay with you, Ms. Linzalato?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Why don't we set up the date for the bifurcated hearing now? Just trying to go slow. So we can come back as soon as February 3rd or March 17th. But if it's resolved with the assessor, like Mr. Phillips indicated, you likely would not need to come back, but this would be just in case there's a disagreement for that value. Did you have a preference between February or March?
March would be much better for us, yes.
And that's agreeable with the assessor. There would be no proviso needed for this one. So.
Okay. So if the board's okay with it, we could look for a motion to continue the bifurcated hearing to March 17th, 2025 for the 2023 value.
Do I have a motion as stated?
I second, or I so move, sorry.
I second.
Okay,
Thank you.
motion approved.
All right. Then the only other thing I have is the applicant's exhibits have been handed out. There's two laminated pouches. So we'll call the first one that has the Caldwell Banker summary for 1573 North 8th Street, Port Hueneme. We'll call that exhibit 1. And then exhibit 2 will be the one that has the, looks like it's a home inspection, will be exhibit 2.
Excuse me, Ms. Linzolato, if you could move the mic so it's closer to your mouth. Thank you.
Is this better?
Very good.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the assessor has indicated they feel that the applicant has the burden of proof. Is there any objection to that? Ms. Linzolato?
No, I understand that I have the burden of proof.
Okay, and that means you can go ahead and present your case first.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Thank you for considering my case today. My husband and I purchased the house in March of 2022, and we feel that many people saw that the market was absolutely insane. A lot of bidding wars, a lot of people just trying to purchase while the rates were low, and I believe that led to artificially inflated home sale prices. I understand that we bought it for what we did. However, we don't feel that it was a fair transaction. And it certainly wasn't, we were definitely taken advantage of because we were purchasing from the other side of the country. We were not able to set foot on the property until we were, essentially it was my husband arrived here the day of the final walkthrough. We had to move. My husband had orders from Norfolk, Virginia to out here in California. And while we love it here, and we do now feel that this is our forever home, we at the time, with the circumstances, we were definitely rushed into buying. You'll see on one of the pages, I think it's in the it's in the packet with the Coldwell Banker items. There's a NAV admin. It's a memorandum that looks like this. And I have sections highlighted that stipulate the rules for military families when they move. That's called a PCS, a permanent change of station. And the family, in most cases, ideally, the military will move the family, but only within 6 months before or after the service member has orders and before they report. So that essentially meant that our deadline was July 8th, 2022 to basically have a place to move into. There is base housing available, but it at the time was not really an option, partly because of our pets and partly because a lot of the units on base housing out here they were undergoing significant renovations. And there was a huge wait list. There were people having to stay in hotels and Airbnbs. It was just an all-around disaster. So we knew early on that we would have to buy. We kept losing out on every offer, and it looked increasingly like we would have to do something called a geobatch, where the service member moves and the family stays behind. Not ideal, but we were facing that possibility. And finally, my lender had told us about a pocket listing. So this house wasn't even listed when we first made an offer. we offered on it, and they decided to proceed with listing it on open market to see if they got other offers. The realtor that we listed with would not let me use the realtor that we were originally using. He said that in order for him to present the offer, we would have to write the offer through him. But he was also representing the seller. And so we said that California allows dual agents, but he would hand the listing to someone else in his office and he would be working with us. I thought that was a little suspicious, but again, the circumstances at the time, I was trying to keep my family together and keep us all in the same location. This was my husband's first duty station in, I think, 14 years in the Navy, or it was his first shore duty. So we proceeded with that and we went through, we made the offer, and they decided to go with, they wanted a family letter that's also included there. They wanted a letter from us introducing ourselves. I've since learned that those are discouraged, partly because it can influence the seller in a discriminatory way, and partly because the seller can also use it to take advantage of the buyer. That's a situation that I think applies to us here. But we got, they declined, they listed it, we then offered again, and we offered more. And they said that they had another offer, someone else interested, and we upped our offer. And finally at $675, we said we can't match it anymore. We cannot go any higher because the property tax alone, which I think is also in, it might be hard to see, there should be behind in one of the other packets, you'll see screenshots, which printed very small, of some of the discussion between myself and the realtor. With the, I did note that the property tax alone would be over half of the mortgage at our old house. It was very high, so we declined to match. And then lo and behold, the next day they called and said that we got it. I think if we had stopped escalating earlier, we probably would have gotten it at a much lower price. And I think there's a reason why nobody else came in wanting this house, because they knew that they had suckers. They knew that we were across the country and we would not be seeing it in person until well under contract or probably even closed. They actually said that they wanted it to close before we arrived. Kind of made it sound like, oh, we'll have it all ready for you. But anyway, so we went, we got the house. Going through closing was a bit of a roller coaster, but we got it. My husband left Norfolk in mid, I think towards the end of March, and he arrived in here in Oxnard. He got there, he did the walkthrough and warned me that it was not exactly what we thought. We did have an inspection, but the inspector we paid extra for a sewer scope. He was not able to access the about half the plumbing. He was only able to scope it from a vent. So, and he had told us there were some roots. We looked at it. We thought, okay, well, maybe we'll have to reline it at some point. My husband told me when he got there that the drain wasn't really flowing strongly. And we thought, well, okay, maybe it's just like kind of slow, or maybe it that needs to be cleaned out or something. He also didn't have electricity for 3 weeks when he got there, because the electric panel was apparently illegal. And so that was a condition of escrow that the sellers did not want. The sellers did not, sorry, this is my husband here now. The sellers did not want to, as you'll see in some of the text messages, the sellers did not want to pay a penny on any of the repairs. The only way we even got that repair in there was because I specifically requested information on the electric panel from the home inspector, and I made them put it in the report. So then when we went for, when we applied for homeowners insurance as part of the process to get a mortgage and to close, all the different companies that I talked to asked for a copy of the inspection. And I gave it because I knew that if it was entered into the national database, then the house would be uninsurable and they really wouldn't be able to sell it. So I did that, and they finally caved, and it was part of escrow after closing that the panel would be replaced. But that was just, that was a big indicator of exactly how things would be when we finally arrived. The kids and I finally arrived in July. We got in there, and immediately I realized that this was not just a disaster. It's not just a regular fixer-upper, which we have experience with. That was our old house in Norfolk. We grew up in Hurricane Alley. We're familiar with repairs and fixing stuff. But this was not just a fixer-upper. It was an actual health hazard. There was an exposed pipe, an asbestos pipe, exposed in one of the closets, just blowing air whenever the wind blew. The window sills that were required to be painted because of the lead risk, about half of them were not. The sink was just not flowing at all. The day after we arrived, the sewer collapsed. The sewer drain collapsed. That led to about $10,000, upwards of $10,000 in repairs just from that alone. We had to completely tear apart our house within just a couple months of living there. We had to, and those pictures are included as well. They had to jackhammer through and put all sorts of dust and contaminants in the air. And this is all while our young children are living there. If we had been there in person, I know that I would have known immediately that this was a trap, that this was a trick and a horrible idea, and we couldn't possibly take this on. But with us being as desperate as we were and all the way across the country, I think got to hand it to the real estate team. They definitely knew how to get their sellers the highest bang for what they were offering. But I don't think that it reflects, I don't think the state of the house reflects, I don't think the value reflects the tax, the tax assessment does not reflect the true state of the house and the condition and the value. This was sold to us as a house that we could move into and make updates and upgrades along the way, and we could put our little touch on it. And instead, we're having to gut it. Every single repair that we attempt, we have to first get a series of quotes, and then we have to save up about 3 to 4 times as much as any of those quotes before we even consider starting, which you'll see on one of the receipts from Drain Masters. That was for the dishwasher install, which the original quote was about, I think, 120 something. And the repair ended up being over 400. I think it was almost 500. Because in the course of doing that, we discovered that some of the pipe fixtures tested blazing positive for lead. And that was our second encounter with lead poisoning in that house. The first time we figured out that there was a problem with lead in the pipes, it was when our kitchen faucet broke. And out of curiosity, I just grabbed a swab and I tested it before we were going to be installing the new one. And I tested all the fixtures around it to see, okay, well, what else are we going to replace? All of them blazing positive for lead. The swab came back bright purple. And then we realized that we had also been feeling very sick for months. I had experienced a miscarriage in January. And this was April of 2023 by the time we discovered this. So a lot of things made sense. We've been much healthier since we started replacing all of the plumbing fixtures. But the dishwasher install, that price exploded because we realized that some of those fixtures, like where the hot water, where the brass is and it connects to everything and feeds in, those tested pretty high positive for lead. So had to go ahead and replace all that. Every repair that we try to do with this place, we have to save up 3 times as much as we think it's going to be. This is not a normal fixer-upper. This is a gut job. I think the most accurate kind of price for this, not looking at regular other homes sold as comps, I think it's best to look at homes that were sold and flipped, because those are also gut jobs. Those are sold in the mid to the low to mid 500s. This house was slightly more livable than some of those, so I push it to maybe mid to high 500s. But this house, had we seen it in person and declined to buy it, it would have been purchased by a flipper and it would have sold for probably the mid to low 500s, I believe, and then sold, it would have been renovated and sold again, probably for, well in the 700s. I mean, it is a lovely location. It's a good sized property. But it's, we're not flippers, we're living in it. And we think that the 500s range, or maybe 600 max, is closer to what, if we had been here, would be the maximum that we would offer. And some of the I think they definitely took advantage because we were across the country. The appraisal was also, I think, wrong and off. In order to buy, we had a VA appraisal, and there's minimum property requirements, and it has to meet certain requirements, and it has to appraise. But a VA appraisal allows you to do something called tidewater when the appraisal comes in low, and then they can declare tidewater. So you get kind of another chance. The realtor can submit comps to basically push the price. I don't have access to the original comps that the appraiser used in the first instance, but looking at the appraisal that he did finalize, you see that there are adjustments pushing the adjusted value of those other comps higher. And I think one of the ways that they did it was through increasing the value of the living space. That may work in some circumstances, but that doesn't reflect our house, where more living space doesn't equal more value if it's toxic living space, if it's literally making us sick. We've tackled most of the hazards. Obviously, I wouldn't have my kids living there if we hadn't made it at least somewhat safe. But we still have so much to do. And I don't think that this makes a whole lot of sense to be paying taxes reflecting a property that was marketed as livable and turnkey. The other discrepancies with it would be that it was sold to us as a 4-bedroom and it was appraised as a 4-bedroom. With us being military family, we always have to think about if we have to move, which he has his next set of orders, and it looks like the Navy isn't going to make me and the kids move because he's just going to San Diego. So it'll be a short stint of shore duty, and then he can come back. So we'll just deal with taking the train a lot. But we do still have to keep that in mind, and we have to think about what kind of stuff do we want to do if we want to rent it out or sell it in the future. Well, if we want to rent it out, we can't rent it as a 4-bedroom because the 4th bedroom isn't even connected to the heat. We have plug-in space heaters to keep our bedroom warm. We can't rent it. We can't get the kind of rent for a 4-bedroom, which would definitely bump it up a lot. Because in the state of California, in order for something to be listed as a bedroom, it has to be connected to central heat. So that one's out. We think that also would affect the sale price because apparently you can list it for sale as a 4-bedroom. You just have to kind of do it creatively. But anybody looking to buy, if we had to sell it today, we would only be able to sell it to a flipper. I could not in good conscience sell it to another family who would be looking to move in there, just with the issues that we know it has now. I included data about the comps that I think the assessor is going to be using, and I don't have pictures of the strongest comp that I would that I plan to use. I have the data sheet on it from Coldwell Banker. That's 3042 Monterey Street, Oxnard, California. That one is fully renovated. It matches most of the other details of our house. When it was sold as a flip in I think it was in November of 2021. It sold for $512,000. And then after being renovated, it later sold for, I think, upwards of $700,000. $715,000. I think that would be probably the closest to use. I have data on the comps that I think the assessor is planning to use, including, it looks like one of them was, where is this? One of them was also had a tax adjustment. So I guess the assessor or the board themselves also felt that the purchase price did not reflect it accurately. It looks like 1573 North 8th Street, Port Hueneme, was purchased for $660,000. The interior condition does seem close to ours, although I do note that it looks like it has a new kitchen faucet. Given my experience with our experience with lead poisoning, I would definitely I value those much more than I would have before. But it looks like that one was adjusted to $593,000 for the 2022-2023 tax year. And then for the 2023-2024 tax year, it was further adjusted downward to $538,000.
Apologize. Can you repeat what comp that is?
That is 1573 North 8th Street.
Thank you.
And then for 1646 North 6th Place, that sold for $680,000. You look inside, it's all updated. It's nice. I would have gladly bought this place for $680,000. I would gladly pay tax on that much. I would be over the moon to, pay taxes on a place that isn't, making me sick and making my kids sick. A place that wasn't blowing asbestos into my husband's lungs for 3 months before we arrived and realized what that pipe was. These are the comps provided by the assessor are this one, at least the 1646 North Sixth Place, much nicer, much more updated. I think, comparing that to our house, you'd have to adjust it way downward because this is much more updated. And I feel the same for any of the other ones. I mean, some of these, actually, I think all of these, they even have driveways. You can park an RV. We have an RV sitting in storage on the MWR lot. We can't even park it in front of our house. That alone, just having a driveway would save us $100 a month and storage fees. Things like that, I think, should be taken into account when considering these for comps. I've included as well a letter that I wrote to Representative Loria back when we initially lost this house, when they didn't accept our offer before they put it up for listing. I included that, and because I wrote it, I sent it in, and I actually got a response. They were very nice, and they read it. They read it in the committee. And then I put it up on social media, and it kind of went viral in our military groups and amongst our friends and family. And my lender shared it, and a lot of people shared it. And I know that the sellers most likely saw it as well. So they also had that in mind when they later accepted our offer, and when they were asking for when they were continuing to ask for more and more money. I think they knew fully how desperate we were. And the fact that the realtor didn't even want to do an escalation, I wanted to do an escalation clause, and he said that no, it wouldn't work because it wouldn't be accepted, which doesn't make any sense. The escalation the seller doesn't even really see that unless it, it comes up to the max. But I think all around this, had we been here in person, we would have known, and we would not have purchased this, and a flipper would have purchased this house, and that would reflect in a purchase price of in the 500s. They had us, they saw us for suckers, and it was just overall not a very fair purchase or a fair transaction. So with that, I ask you to consider adjusting the base value downward to, I'd say 600,000. That would be the max that we would pay if we were here in person. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a question. Your opinion of value. Do you have, and I know you've included these sales. Am I to understand these are sales that were used by the assessor in their appraisal?
Yes.
Okay.
I did not have time to, none of the comps that I intended to provide printed out. You'll see in some of the pictures that I included where it looks like the edges are getting kind of cut off. It was, my printer kind of gave up again. So I did not bring the chopped up ones in. So most of the comps that I wanted to use, I think the only one that I have here, which I don't have any interior pics, is 3042 Monterey Street. I have the addresses of the other comps that I would have used if you want.
But they're not in the the
No, they're not. I had emailed them. I'd emailed the the comps that I wanted to use to the assessor, and he provided information on each of them, why he felt that they wouldn't work. But I'm still using Monterey Street as a comp.
Okay. So your opinion of value is 600,000
At most.
at most. Okay.
I mean, if I could, revise it to 550,000, that would be, but I know that on my application, I put 600,000.
Okay.
I have a question for you. So I am a VA appraiser and I'm extremely aware of the Tidewater situation.
Okay.
And it's the appraiser's responsibility to invoke the Tidewater. And it's the appraiser's responsibility to determine why they did or did not change their value. And it's the appraiser's responsibility to note it in the appraisal, which I did not see in here. So was it just discussed or was it actually invoked?
It was invoked, and I had asked for information about the original appraisal. The appraisal was ordered very quickly. I think it was the day after we went under contract. It was right when they received our deposit in escrow. And we got the rate locked, we got the appraisal ordered, but it didn't come in for, I think it was almost 2 weeks that they were still working on
The
it.
appraiser has 7 business days to from the date they receive it to when they have to deliver it. If they invoke Tidewater, the process is that it's the agent's responsibility to provide the appraiser with comps that they see would justify their sales price. And it looks like from what you said that the appraiser just changed the value of the GLA rather than actually, so the appraiser was suspicious that it wasn't there. So that's why the appraiser, if that's the case, invokes the Tidewater. Then the agent is to provide the appraiser with the comps, and then the appraiser is to review those comps, discuss them in the report, and state why they do or do not use them. And usually, or whatever, they come in with whatever their original reason was, unless the agent provides them with something that's substantial, which should be explained in that report. So I don't understand, I'm suspicious why that wasn't done. Maybe they talked it, and even though it was invoked, it wasn't, the appraiser didn't realize it was invoked because there's so many missing parts to what a Tidewater is in this particular report.
There were 2 versions of the report. There was the initial report, and there was also the part where, because it also didn't meet MPR, it was a number of things were called out, such as the paint. There was missing GFI or GFCI.
Yeah, they should have called that out.
The carpet, they required the carpet to be clean because the carpet was it was caked with some kind of tar or something, or maybe just, stuck on dirt. I have no idea, but it was sticky and black. But there were the hazards and the minimum property requirements that were called out. And so the updated report has that in there that that they had been fixed to his satisfaction. I hadn't seen.
The appraiser brought it in at the sales price, even though he invoked Tidewater. Because
Yes.
Tidewater means that the appraiser says, hey, this isn't worth this.
Mhm.
It's worth something less, and prove it to me that it's worth this. So I just question why the appraiser invoked it if they didn't provide him with anything to talk about. When it's invoked, you have to explain it. You have to,
I think you're seeing the same red flags that I was seeing at the time, where it just didn't seem to make sense. This was our second VA purchase. We had a home in Norfolk, which at the time we were towards the end when we realized that we were getting this house and about to close and getting ready to move out there. We had decided to sell that one. So we had gone through the VA process with purchasing that one, and then later as a seller with selling it. It seemed just off. It seemed odd. And then when the kids and I arrived and I saw, in particular, the carpet in the family room had actually not been cleaned at all, just the front carpet. highly doubt that the appraiser even walked into the house. I think he was parked out front. I think he went off of pictures that the realtor had shown him of the new outlets and paint on windowsills, and I don't even think that he was there. It wouldn't surprise me if somebody said that he just stayed in his car. But it was very unusual. And when I asked for updates on the appraisal and I realized it was taking long, I didn't even think it would appraise. I thought it was going to come in under, and that would be, one thing to kind of negotiate with the sellers on, like, hey, you're selling it for this much and it's only coming in at this. So, can we like negotiate a little bit?
Yeah, I'm just surprised that he didn't negotiate anything and he didn't explain it, if Tidewater was truly invoked. That's what my.
I asked my lender why it was taking so long, and I asked her directly, was it declared Tidewater? And she said yes.
Also, thank you for your service.
At this point, I think, as was mentioned in the previous case, we have to decide on burden of production.
The assessor hasn't had the opportunity to ask their questions yet.
Oh, that's after they ask their questions? It's not
Yes. Well,
our decision.
the assessor's questions may bring out additional evidence, and so you have to make sure you got all the evidence before making the ruling.
All right.
So,
I believe you. I believe you. Okay, then to the assessor. Question from the assessor.
Thank you. I'll try to be as brief as possible here. First question. You mentioned a lot of potential legal issues with the seller, realtor, even maybe the appraiser. Is there any litigation plans regarding your transaction?
No, my understanding is that there's a 3-year statute of limitations, and to be quite frank, there's a lot going on with the house, and just in general that it seems like one thing at a time and too much just all bunching up. And every time I try to, I've spoken with lawyers just kind of casually, like, hey, what am I looking at process wise in terms of this? For one thing, everybody wants a couple $100 for just a consult. Or it takes a very long time. Others are, they're just completely busy and packed. I had looked into it probably within a few months of living there, and when the sewer drain collapsed, then I really got angry enough to get on it. But life happens, and kind of went to the back burner on that. I know I'm coming up on the 3-year statute of limitations, and I might go ahead and do that, but no litigation at this time.
You mentioned the property was a fixer-upper, so you knew that prior to purchasing the property, correct?
We knew it was outdated. We knew that it needed repairs. My definition of repairs doesn't include things that might kill you. It doesn't include, so for example, our old house had wall-to-wall carpet from the 80s in it. We yanked that out. We redid all the subfloor, which we didn't know even what kind of subfloor it was. We ended up having to double the cost of that repair just to make sure it was done right. We put a new fridge in, updated the water lines, put stairs on the deck. That's like things like that. When you're talking about stuff where it's like major structural, or you're like jackhammering into the floor, that's like engineering style repairs. Those are not like things that you can DIY. I'm not going to DIY jackhammering across my family room floor and my laundry room just to be able to wash dishes in the sink or have my kids take a shower. We were using the deep sink laundry tub in our laundry room that is hooked up to a gray water system. We were using that to wash our hair for 3 days while we were just trying to get some kind of clearance done in the drain. That's not fixer upper. That's like, that belongs in the hands of a professional. And I think they knew it.
In our discussions, you had mentioned when you were considering homes to buy, you were looking for a fixer upper. Is that correct?
Yes, a fixer upper, something outdated. I thought I could do wallpaper. As it turns out, now I need to test anytime I try to tackle painting, I have to test every single surface for lead. The wallpaper, I have to test that for lead. I have to test the wall behind it for lead and asbestos, apparently. That's professional level stuff. That's not DIY. That's not fixer upper.
Next question is, I wanted to clarify the comps that you are relying on to support a reduction. So in your packet, the first 4 you mentioned were being utilized by the assessor. You don't want to utilize those, correct? For the board, you don't want the board to consider those today, or are you asking them to consider those 4?
Well, I rely on those as I have rebuttals to those if that's what you're using. I do not have my sheets for the ones that I had sent you. The one at 1306 West Hemlock, that one you had said was actually, I think all 3 of these other ones you had said.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify what you presented today, though.
No, I'm going with what I have, which I think I can adequately rebut what you plan to use as comps.
And then the 4 comps in the beginning, those were utilized by your bank appraisal as well?
So I think most of them. There was one that I don't think either of us were planning to use at Napa. On Napa Street. I don't think that one my bank used, but neither of us have it listed.
Okay. And then my other question, so based on your testimony, you want the board to consider 3042 Monterey Street in Oxnard, correct?
Yes. So
the only documentation you sent or provided here for the board to consider, it's showing it sold at 745,000 on December 22nd, 2023.
There's also I don't think it printed out on this. There was the sale history you had sent me from the original sale price of 512,000 in 2021 before it was flipped.
Right, but that's not in your exhibit today, correct? The only thing in your exhibit is the 745,000 on December 12th, 2023.
Correct.
Okay. And that sale would be beyond the 90-day rule, correct? We informed you of the 90-day rule.
90 days before and after.
Just after the sale, 90 days past the sale is the limit.
No, the sale for 715,000 was on March 10th, 2022. And the one for 512,000, which is before it was flipped, was on November 23rd, 2021.
Okay. So you're relying on 3042 Monterey Street for a sale prior to the one in your exhibit. Now, we had discussed with you that part of the requirements today would be that the applicant and assessor are under the same laws, meaning under the property tax rules, you would be expected to make adjustments to the comp that you are using in order to justify your value conclusion. I don't see that in here. Did you make adjustments to your comp for the differences between your subject property and your comparable property?
One of the things that I will highlight from the comps that you had sent me is that they sold around the same time, and your argument is that they sold around the same time at a similar enough price. My argument is that my home was so dramatically lower in quality and hazards that given what else was available out there, anybody buying in person and being able to like see it in real life, they would go for those properties. And so that might be part of the reason why they're more elevated. Mine was not, and they've managed to sell to someone who had never seen it in person. And with the condition of the property, I think anyone trying to buy it, it would only be sold to a flipper who would offer what Monterey sold for in the 500s.
Okay, I'll move on to my last question. I'm sorry, I don't think my question was answered, but I'll move on.
What was the question again?
So I'll just move on. It's okay. Sorry. The last question I have is your second exhibit here.
Mhm.
It's got what looks like 2 inspection reports. The second inspection report, I do have a copy of. This first one, I don't have a copy of. So first of all, was this first inspection supplied to the assessor?
I believe so. Back when we applied in, it was with the stuff that I had sent to Audrey, I think. When I was appealing, when I was asking for a reduction in value.
Okay. I also don't see a date on this inspection. When was this inspection completed?
The one for
The first one, it says it's got page 1 through 39, it looks like. I'm not seeing a date of when this inspection occurred.
that one was, he has a section on it where he notes the.
Right at the very top. It says March
March
22.
12th.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
March
I did
12th.
not see that. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
That will conclude all of my questions.
Okay. Does the assessor have an opinion on the applicant's burden of proof?
Burden of production?
Burden of production, yeah, sorry.
I do. A burden of production involves the applicant following the same laws as required of the assessor. I could reference the source of that if you need to, because the one comp that the applicant is relying on adjustments weren't made for differences between the subject and the comp. It would be the assessor's opinion that the applicant has not met the burden of production.
Okay, thank you.
If I may,
Yes.
it's the board's determination whether or not there was, I think, a sale under Revenue and Taxation Code Section 110 that was negotiate at arm's length between a knowledgeable transfer and transferee, where neither of which could take advantage of the exigencies of the other. And I think part of the board's determination today, even though the applicant accepted the burden of proof, is whether or not there really was a Rule 2 sale. I think the board can evaluate the totality of the evidence to consider if you've got that or not.
Yes.
And then that will also.
So, okay.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is that we can hear all the evidence and then, like we normally would, deliberate afterward, taking that into consideration?
If the board wishes to do that. And I think there has been testimony placed, given today, that the board can consider on the issue of whether or not there were exigencies at work on the sale. or not.
Okay. Okay. Let's go ahead and move forward, and under the assumption that the applicant did provide enough evidence for us to move forward. And I know, and I agree with you on that point, Marina.
I didn't want to make a board decision. I was just flagging it for the board. And I think the
Right.
board needs to deliberate on that.
Yes. So let's go ahead and hear the assessor's presentation. Or actually, any additional questions?
No, that was
Okay,
all the
right.
questions.
And does the board have any questions for the applicant?
Just doing a check in. It's 1:30. Obviously I underestimated our length today. Is your board okay continuing through? Do we need a lunch break?
Probably.
We're gonna
Short.
find one to eat. Well, how much?
How long is?
So how long is your presentation gonna take?
I estimate about 20 minutes. I'm not sure about
Okay,
the
well,
questioning afterwards.
I've got 20 minutes written down on 2 cases already.
I understand. Yeah, I understand.
Actually, both sides on the first one, because when they said
Right.
10 minutes, I didn't believe it. I wrote down 20 each
Right,
one.
right,
And what
right.
did I write down for this one? Let me see. Oh, I wrote down 30 minutes.
I estimated 45 minutes for the whole
Well,
thing.
I
So
wrote down 30 minutes for one side. The other one
Correct,
said
yeah.
20 times 2. So
Okay.
do we want to
Yeah, let's,
let them present and then come back and do closings? Or do we want to finish
I
our
mean,
questions and then
if,
come
we're-
back?
if
and
we're going to
present
take a
again?
break, I think we might as well take it now. 31:30.
Yeah,
So, but we can make it a short one, maybe 30 minutes. Is that acceptable?
right. But has the board had an opportunity to ask questions of the applicant?
Well, that's what I was
That's
asking.
right. Okay. Well, that's one question. How much total did you guys spend after you closed escrow to get it to where you could move into it?
Well, we were already living in it.
Okay, before you would consider it livable, or what you expected to walk into when you got off the airplane?
Well, we drove here. We didn't
Okay.
fly.
Well, you didn't-
But
walked through the door and you were like, oh. How much did it take you to get to where you thought you would be?
so we had to put in, I believe, almost $10,500 into repairing the sewer.
Sewer, okay.
And that was just half the job because we didn't have enough money to finish it all the way. And so we still have to do the inside bathrooms. And I'm not talking like, just updating the fixtures. We have to redo the sewer as well because those toilets are or the plumbing is original and it's still cast iron. And they had noticed some corrosion when they did the other repair. They got as much of the pipe as they could without the job turning into a whole other debacle.
Yeah, okay.
So we're very grateful that they managed to do that. So that would be, and then that's the line that's going out to the main sewer where it connects to the street. And that one we were quoted at 15,000. And that is for that job and for fixing the shower that broke when they were doing the other sewer job. We still don't have that shower, the wall and the tile fixed because that is going to be a $9,000 job, just that in and of itself. So we have a shower with crumbling tile and rotted wood behind it. And whoever redid that shower, probably, I think the neighbor said that they did it 2 decades ago or 2 decades before we bought. They didn't do any red guard paint, which is what you do on drywall before in a wet environment. So Yeah, so we did 10,500 already, plus 500 for the dishwasher install and taking out some of the other lead fasteners or fixtures or whatever. And then it'll be another 15,000 for the rest of the plumbing. We were quoted at 600 for the asbestos pipe. We just kind of blocked it off and taped it off, and we'll tackle that when we get to fixing some of the I guess the flashing around some of the vents on that side of the roof. Don't have a quote on that. The bedroom, I think our neighbor had said that he could, because he does handyman stuff and HVAC. I think he said that he could get the ductwork in and get everything connected for 2,500. I haven't explored getting quotes, so I don't know if that's too high or too low. And then there's I mean, altogether, it probably needed 70,000 to get it just safe, habitable, and to where it wouldn't be making us sick. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's all of my questions.
Any other questions from the board?
I have one quick question for you. Do you have, she said it's a 4-bedroom. My honor, it's a 4-bedroom? It was marketed as a 4-bedroom?
It was marketed to us as a 4-bedroom. However, the flyer that they put out for the open house, which they left in one of the drawers, they left a stack of them when they were trying to get flippers, I guess, interested. They had listed it as a 3-bedroom. So I think they knew that they had some, some
Does the tax
shakiness.
assessor show it as 3 or 4?
We have it as 3.
Great. So was there an addition of any kind done?
Yeah, there was an addition put on. And my understanding is that it was done in the 70s at some point, and I guess that was before the new tax system out here, or I'm not sure.
Were you aware if there was permits pulled or anything? Do you know any knowledge about that room? You said there's no heat in that room, which triggers addition.
Yeah. I know that it was included in the appraisal, and that room was included in the appraisal, and it was included in, I mean, I thought it was in the tax record. When I pulled the records, when I was researching the property back in Virginia, I believe it said it was a 4-bedroom.
How many square footage does the tax assessor say it is?
Check my exhibit real quick. Yeah, so we have the total square footage as 1,877. The original square footage when it was built as a tract was 1,252. So we do have an addition on the property.
Okay. Okay, that was my question about the differences in the size.
Okay, let's take a 30-minute break, quick lunch break, and then we'll meet back here and move on to the assessor's presentation.
So return 205, 210, round up.
210 's fine.
All right, 210. Thank you. Yeah.
It rolled away from home.
Supposed to be there. Now I know I took hers by 3 to get ready. I don't know.
I stole her.
10-minute long. All right, board members, whenever you're ready, we can go back on the record.
Okay, we're back on the record and we are going to continue with the assessor's presentation.
And assessors exhibits A, B, and C have been submitted for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. So these types of cases are always a bit more challenging to present because on the one hand, we are very sympathetic to the applicant and everything they're going through. But at the other hand, we are bound by the revenue and taxation codes and all the property tax laws. So that's why we're here today, is because of the property tax laws and our interpretation of them. So here's our findings. Let's start on page 2 where it says assessor's valuation. The above information has already been discussed at length. Property tax rule 2B provides that the presumption may be rebutted by evidence that the full cash value of the property is significantly more or less than the total cash equivalent of the consideration paid for the property. Significant deviation means a deviation of more than 5% of the total consideration. The assessor's appraisal of the subject indicates that the purchase price of $675,000 falls within the adjusted value range of the comps and therefore is considered fair market value. Briefly, I wanted to mention we do consider this an arm's length transaction as it was listed on the open market represented by realtors, and no documentation has been provided to the assessor to show that the exigencies of the seller were taken advantage of. Documentation would be in the form of usually litigation is what would show that. So because we don't have documentation of that sort, we did conclude this was still a rule 2 arm's length transaction. The appraisal includes 4 comparables, and they're from competing market areas less than a half a mile away from the subject or less. The subject's considered to be in fair condition as it is outdated and in need of repairs. The subject was listed as a fixer home, which is what the applicants were looking to buy per our phone conversations. Another thing I wanted to quickly mention is the 4 comparables utilized by the assessor were also utilized for the bank appraisal. Comps 2 through 4 are smaller tract homes than the subject and are adjusted upwards to reflect the lower living area. All comps are also adjusted upward as they lack an enclosed patio area, and all but comp 2 lack a covered patio area that the subject has. The subject's purchase price of $675,000 falls within the adjusted sales prices of all 4 comparables considered, and is considered fair market value as of the March 29th, 2022 change in ownership. So I have this section on the consideration applicant's information, which is on page 3. Based on what was presented today, I'd ask the board to ignore most of it except for the final paragraph on page 3. This was the comp presented by the applicant. That was 3042 Monterey Street. She referenced it verbally, but it wasn't in her presentation. She wants to use the 11/23/2021 sales date, which was $512,000. The buyer's realtor stated that this was listed and then shortly taken off the market. He reached out to the listing agent after the property was taken off market and stated he had a potential buyer for the property. The buyer flipped the property and resold the property on March 10th, 2022 for $715,000. Since a listing could not be found for the November 23rd, 2021 purchase, our office determined this was not a Rule 2 sale. The sales price was not accepted as fair market value. The condition could not be verified. The weaknesses of this comp are that it is 1,252 square feet, making it 625 square feet smaller than the subject. This creates a much larger adjustment than the comps utilized by the assessor. Excuse me, my throat is closing up on me right now. In addition, it is a bit older than the 4 comps used by the assessor and perhaps needs a time adjustment as well. The assessor is also unable to determine condition, making it impossible to estimate the necessary condition adjustment. While there can be arguments made about whether this is an arm's length transaction or not, the other issues with this comp render it unreliable. All right, so moving on to page 5. This is the listing for the subject property. In the remarks, it says, put your imagination and bring your tools to make this your home sweet home. Followed by are some pictures. And you can see the condition of the home in the pictures. It's quite evident that it's mostly original, in need of repair. Page 10 is my sales grid for the comparable sales approach. So these comps were selected because they are the most similar in condition to the subject. The bank appraisal used the same comps, but the bank appraisal did not make any condition adjustments. It does appear the bank appraisal could be correct about the condition if you look at the unadjusted sales prices of our comps. But out of an abundance of caution, I did make an adjustment to the condition, as well as to give the applicant the benefit of the doubt about the condition adjustments. And then the adjustments made were based on my observations. Sorry about that. Okay, so what I want to point out, a few things. Comp number 1, I considered average. 2 and 3 were between fair and average. They were still slightly better than the subject, which I think required adjustment. And then comp number 4, I felt was in similar condition as the subject property. And then looking at the total living area, the adjustments made here, excuse me. The adjustments made for total living area matched the bank appraisal, which was about $60 a square foot for the differences. What I want to point out about the unadjusted sales prices is, for instance, if you look at comp 1 and comp 4, there is a difference in condition. One's fair, one's average. There's also a difference in total living area. One's about 200 square foot higher, and yet comp 4 sold about 10,000 more than comp 1, despite those differences. They're only separated in time by about a month. So I do want to place a significant amount of importance on the unadjusted sales prices, simply in that it appears market participants are not placing much weight on the differences observed by the assessor. Now, I made the adjustments so that we are falling in line with property tax rules, specifically property tax rule 4, where we have to make adjustments for differences. But I do think a significant amount of weight should be placed on the unadjusted sales prices. So after making adjustments, I have a low of 618,000.
high of 712,000. And the sales price falls within range, very close to comps 2 through 4. I would put the most emphasis on comp 4 since it has somewhat similar condition as the subject. Excuse me, I don't know what's going on with my throat. Apologies. Page 11. That is our map. And then the next few pages are the listings and pictures of our comps. Here's comp number 1. Flipping through the pictures, I want to note the tile in the living area appears to be marble or something similar to marble. The kitchen has some, or I'm sorry, the kitchen looks like it might have some improvements such as the appliances, but some detriments such as the hood above the stove looks odd. It has tile throughout, which does come down to buyer preference. Some buyers like, carpet in the bedrooms, but this has tile in all throughout the home. So this comp is mostly original with some upgrades, and it has no obvious signs of deferred maintenance. That's why I considered it average, and a 10% adjustment was made. Moving on to comp 2. Looking over those pictures, it has some updated flooring in the living area. A lot of it's original. And we do see a little bit of deferred maintenance, such as page 17, that bottom right picture. Again, on 18, we can see a little deferred maintenance there as well, bottom right. So with this one, it's mostly original condition. It has a little bit of deferred maintenance. So I did consider it still slightly superior to our subject, so a 5% condition adjustment was made. Next, with comp 3, basically the same as the previous comp. So it's mostly original, maybe some upgrades, although it's hard to tell. Perhaps the flooring might be a bit updated. No deferred maintenance, so I concluded this was a 5% condition adjustment for this one, since it did appear mostly original condition. Finally, comp 4, if you flip through these pages, this one's original with clear signs of maintenance needed. And I felt this matched our subject, so no condition adjustment was made. And that's why I give this one most of the weight in my appraisal. Next 2 pages are property tax rule 2 and 4 for the board's reference. Now let's move on to Exhibit B. A couple things I want to point out about the bank fee appraisal. So comps 1 through 4 are the same as the assessor, and comp 5 was a listing. On page, I labeled it page 4. The bank appraisal says page 2 of 6, but it's my page 4. I'd like to read the summary of sale comparison approach. So all comps used are the best at the time of inspection and support the most important factors of value. All are mostly similar in age, location, design, appeal, and utility. Adjustments for GLA were made at $60 per square foot, and then they go on to some more adjustments there. And they say comps 1, 2, 3, and 4 are the most recent sales, and comp 5 is an active listing. Next, I'd like to
point out a couple things from the addendum. This is page 10 of the my labeled page 10. Property appears to be in average condition and of average construction quality. All appliances and utilities are functional and operating properly at the time of inspection. BA appraisals are no guarantee of the property is free from defects. Appraisal is only establishes the value of the property for mortgage insurance purposes. Buyer needs to secure their own home inspection through the services of a qualified inspector. And then lastly, at the bottom, appraisal is not a home inspection. Fee appraisers must note any readily apparent repairs that are needed. It is important to distinguish the differences between a real estate appraisal and a home inspection report. All right. And then there's some pictures there for you. And I believe that's all I wanted to point out about this appraisal. Oh, and then on page 32 of this appraisal, it says, have the improvements been completed in accordance with the requirements and conditions stated in the original appraisal report? Is marked yes. And then it says, there's a few things need to be done. Remove and repaint all peeling paint inside and outside, install electrical cover, install carbon monoxide detector, and a carpet cleaning. I believe that goes back to what the applicant presented in their case. So I want to point that out as well. Exhibit C is the inspection report. The applicant has presented this as well. I did not see, there was another inspection. I didn't see that in our records. The applicant testified that they provided that to us. But this inspection report was in our records. I'm not going to go through it in detail. The only thing I wanted to mention is when you go through this inspection report, it essentially says everything in the property needs attention, whether that's repair or have a qualified contractor take a look, or to get more details from the seller about the condition of certain aspects. So that's all I wanted to point out there. In conclusion, the assessor's appraisal indicates that the purchase price of $675,000 was fair market value under property tax rule 2 as of the purchase date of March 29, 2022. And we request the board sustain the enrolled base year value as of the change in ownership. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the applicant have any questions for the assessor regarding their presentation?
I do. I have a question regarding, where's this? I had it highlighted. I'm trying to find this highlighted section. Where does the 5% come from for a adjustment? Is that just a general? Is there a definition on, is that like an estimate? So when you're doing a condition adjustment, is it, you know, it can be no greater than 5% or no less than, or is it just, you know, in your judgment?
It's the condition adjustments were appraisal judgment. Yeah. So they were my determination of what the adjustment should be for the differences.
And is there, so I have a question about in your appraisal, I think it's on page 10 of Exhibit A, where it says number of bedrooms. You have it here as 3 bedrooms with 877 square feet, and using that to determine or to compare to the other homes. The appraiser for the bank's appraisal has it at 4 bedrooms and 877 square feet. How much does that change an appraisal when it's 3 bedroom versus 4 bedroom? And does the extra square feet, does that come into play? Or, if we're doing based on 3 bedroom, do we just not count the other square feet?
There's some different schools of thought on that. For the assessor's office, we adjust based on total living area, and we don't adjust based on bedroom count unless it is a significant part of the market, such as comparing 1 bedroom to 2 bedroom houses. Even though we might do an adjustment on total living area, we might consider also doing a bedroom count adjustment. Typically, we don't do a bedroom count adjustment because our office is very particular about making sure we don't double adjust any of our properties. So it's our office's policy that we make adjustments on total living area, which will encompass the bedroom count adjustment. And we don't typically make adjustments based on bedroom count.
If it's based on total living area, why would the enclosed laundry room not be included in the square feet?
The enclosed, so we have that classified as an enclosed patio. That doesn't meet the standard of living area in our estimation. It's just an enclosed patio. So it's a patio cover with some walls on it. It's different than a normal patio cover, but yeah, it doesn't reach the threshold of living area.
What is the standard of living area?
It needs, well, it depends on the construction, the roof type, condition, the flooring, that sort of thing. So for yours, it's somewhat clear once you enter the enclosed patio space, you're exiting the livable property and you're entering a, well, enclosed patio, not living space area. It really depends on, does the flooring type change? Does the wall type change? That sort of thing. So that's the reasoning there. It's the type of construction, that sort of thing.
I have a question about, where's this? One of your comps, 1573. The tax records indicate that that was adjusted downward to 593.
You're
So what
you're
was-
referencing a so after the sale price, the following lien dates it was given a Prop 8 reduction. So each lien date property gets evaluated to determine if a reduction from the Prop 13 value is warranted. And I think we had discussed on your property, the next lien date, we are seeing a reduction. And that's based on how the market behaved after these properties were purchased. So we didn't adjust the original purchase price date. We adjusted the following lien dates.
It says the following year, it's at 538,000.
Yeah, so that's a Prop 8 reduction for the following lien date.
I have a question about.
So I didn't look at the total details on that. That one. Yeah, that one had a Prop 19. It qualified for Prop 19. So there was it's either a parent to child exclusion or a 55 plus exclusion. I didn't look at all the details. Yeah. Oh, that's okay.
So it was sold, but it has a different tax base.
Yeah, so qualify for the Prop 19 exclusion. So if it's a parent to child, basically the parents.
We're not really supposed to get into other people's assessments, and it's
Okay.
not regarding
Well, my
sales data, so it's different
Sorry.
for
Yeah.
a reason other than the sales price, and the board can't get into details as to what special exception that taxpayer qualified for.
I bring it up because I think it calls into question whether it is an appropriate comp as you insist on comps needing to be an arm's length transaction. Whether there was something else going on here that would kind of disqualify that. That's why
There's-
I bring it up.
So I'll say there's nothing with this sale that would render it not an arm's length transaction. The follow-up years have other activities that the applicant qualifies for, but that doesn't change, or I'm sorry, not the applicant, the taxpayer qualifies for, but that doesn't change the purchase price or the arm's length transaction of this sale.
I will move on to, I think this is 1603 North 7th Street. This one you have as, I think this is the one that you said is the strongest comp. On the tax records, it states a change in ownership on August 31st of 2021. Was there any sales data regarding that or any other information there? Because it would appear that it's sold twice. There was, on the following year, it states change of ownership, March 15th, 2022. But I didn't see any other information there.
Yes, it looks like there was a purchase on that date for 600,000.
On what, in August or on March?
August 31st, 2021. It was, yeah, August of 2021, it was 600,000, and then it sold again on March 15th, 2022 for 690,000.
Was there any information as to the condition of the property for the earlier purchase?
I don't have that in my exhibit.
Have you done is there any verification that the pictures used in the March sale dates, are they current pictures or are they perhaps older pictures from the prior purchase?
The pictures provided were part of the listing for the March 15th, 2022 date.
Just seems weird that such an outdated property would sell for that much after selling prior for just, it just seems weird that somebody would buy it for 600,000 and sell just a few months later for 90,000 more without apparently doing anything to it. I'm just wondering if maybe they were outdated pictures, but I don't know. You don't have any more information. I don't either, just the stuff on the supplemental tax bill. Okay. And then for So on page 3 of the appraisal, your appraisal, so we have this information about Monterey Street provided from you. Now, I didn't bring my own copies printed out. I could have, but I did kind of hope that you would be bringing your own copies. And let's all not kill more trees. So you do verify that it did sell for $512,000 in 2021.
Correct. And like I stated, our office determined that was not an arm's length transaction.
It was listed for sale though, and the person who bought it had seen it when it was listed for sale. Maybe it was pulled from the market for other reasons. Maybe the seller just didn't, maybe they wanted to save money on realtor fees. We don't know. But the person who bought it ended up, I mean, they had bought it after viewing it while it was on the open market.
No, I think you're making some assumptions there. There's no evidence has been presented to state that the buyer saw the listing before making an offer.
You reached out to, okay, so the buyer's realtor. So this was the buyer's realtor stated that it was listed and taken. Okay, I see what you mean. Okay, maybe they did, maybe they didn't. We don't know. I would argue that's similar to the logic in my case where it wasn't, it's sort of the opposite or other side of the same coin. The house I purchased wasn't listed initially and we made an offer and then it was listed and we were still the ones that ended up buying it. I think that's I think those are all my questions for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does the board have any questions for the assessor? No?
I probably have a few. Quick question to you.
Mike?
Quick question. How close is your property to the city line between Port Hueneme and Oxnard?
It is right on the border. The alley behind our house is
Right behind you, right to the south of you?
Mhm.
Okay. Most of these comps are actually in Port Hueneme, but they all have a Oxnard address with an Oxnard zip code on both reports from the fee appraiser and from the assessor's office.
That would be a limit to our system. A lot of times it's kind of carried over from our last system. Our last system only had so many characters for listing the city. So sometimes the city is kind of the general area, not necessarily the exact city. Like, for instance, all of Ojai Valley is labeled as Ojai, but we have other markets in there, Oakview, other things like that. So
Right.
that was a limit of our system.
Right.
So
But
it's showing
with
Oxnard.
Ojai, that's all like Miners Oaks, Miramont, Ojai, they're all the same zip code.
Okay.
This
yeah.
is a different zip code. 041 is different than 033.
Okay.
And most people who live in one don't want to live in the other, is my experience from appraising down there for 25 years. Now, do your kids go to school in Oxnard or Port Hueneme?
They go in Port Hueneme. We would not have been able to purchase a home in Port Hueneme because they have I think a 2 or 3 limit on the 2 or 3 pet limit on pets. And at the time we had, not intentionally, it definitely would not do this kind of number of pets intentionally. Don't recommend it. We had at the time 4 dogs and 2 cats. We now have 3 dogs and 2 cats. And one of them is terminal, but we wouldn't have been able to buy in Port Hueneme. So we were only able to look in Oxnard, and I think there were 2 other cities in Ventura County that we would have been able to purchase in.
Okay. Because typically, as far as being in Oxnard versus Port Hueneme goes, you tend to use the sales from your same zip code. And if you have to stray across a border, you need to explain why one of your 4 sales is from a incorrect, or, a different zip code. I don't see any comments on any of these reports about zip code versus city at all.
What is zip code?
041.
I'll say when I was trying to pull comps and try to justify what I see as reduced value, it was very difficult to find anything within, the time limits because of the way that the market was at the time. And what we had come to realize when we were house hunting was a huge number of homes are actually like pocket listings. And that was just kind of that was always very weird to me. And it seems really shady, but I guess if it's legal and it makes more money, then that's how you do it. But I think that's also part of the problem because they're limited to arm's length transactions. So I know I definitely struggled trying to find anything. I mean, I strayed, even to North Oxnard, looking at some of the properties. It was just in that timeline, it was very difficult.
Okay, I don't believe I have any more questions.
Okay. Then we'll go to the assessor for closing.
Okay, thank you. So in summary, we relied on 4 comparable sales. These were the best available when looking over the available comps as in terms of closeness to the sales date, as well as closest in location. They're all about half a mile or less from the subject. The assessor, while the zip code can be a factor, the assessor typically is looking at, is it a competing neighborhood for the subject? Meaning when market participants are looking to purchase, would they consider both areas? In our estimate, we felt these are competing. They're the closest ones. They're also the closest in condition that we could find. The fee appraiser also agreed with that and listed those as the most comparable in that area at that time. The sales price, as mentioned, or the sale itself, it is our estimation that this is a open market transaction, an arm's length transaction. In order to overcome that and show that the sellers was taken advantage of, typically that's going to be in the form of some sort of litigation. That's typically the documentation we would require to overcome that. The other way to overcome that is, does the sales price fall above or below the range of comps by more than 5%? If you look at my appraisal, with the adjustments, it falls within range. If you look at unadjusted, which is very tight for some reason, the market participants don't seem to be considering the differences in condition or TLA. And again, the applicant's sales price falls within range. Because of this, we find that it's a Rule 2 sale. The sales price falls within range. We are unable to overcome the purchase price presumption, and therefore we ask the board to enroll the sales price as of the change in ownership. Thank you.
Thank you. And to the applicant, it's your turn for your closing statements.
Thank you. I disagree with the assessor that this is a Rule 2 transaction. This was not arm's length. This was, we were definitely taken advantage of. I also would say that to use his definition of livable square feet or livable area, and the type of construction, I agree wholeheartedly that that should definitely be a factor. And half of my house is unlivable. And had we been here in person to see that, the price would reflect that. The thought we knew what we were doing and we did not. The comps, I think, reflect that nicer homes went for a whole lot of money. And with those available, why would anyone look at ours, except a flipper? And some of the other comps, like the one on Monterey, I think reflect that, showing that it was purchased for 512,000 and later sold for 715. It looks like they did an absolutely beautiful job. I'm sure whoever lives there is very healthy and very happy. We're still dealing with trying to get ours livable. Some of the comps I call into question, such as apparently 1603 sold prior for 600,000. And then whatever's going on with 1573 North 8th Street. And I think overall, the tax, I think the purchase price should be adjusted downward to 600,000. Just to reflect the amount of money that any reasonable person, having seen it in person, would look at and offer for the property. And the fact being that we were the only ones to offer on it initially before it hit the market. And I think we were probably, if we had been here, we would have been able to be with the realtor as they're, supposedly texting the listing agent. When in reality, I just think they were sitting next to each other in the same office and figuring out how they were going to get whatever they could. But overall, in closing, I ask that the purchase price be adjusted downward to 600,000. Thank you.
Thank you. We will take all of the testimony and evidence into consideration, and we'll deliberate closed session. Excuse me. And we will, or Brendan will inform you of our decision soon, once it's made.
Yeah.
Soon after. Thank you for coming today and presenting your case. And we thank you for your service, you as well as your husband, because we know it's a family that is in the military. It's not just the enlisted person. And I very much appreciate that. I think everyone here appreciates that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Luna, there are no other items of business today if you'd like to adjourn to closed session.
Okay, we are officially adjourned.